good. So I do run this literal inhuman amount of time. So hopefully we can get a good run going today. But we got plenty of time to talk about stuff. Do you have anything you want to say before we start up, Emmy?
No, we can talk while we run, so let's go.
Alright, so I guess I'll count in even though I'm doing the timer. So 3, 2, 1, go. Because hard is only available through New Game Plus. The game is pretty well balanced.
Nice and easy.
Initial loop through. On the playthrough here, since we have everything maxed out and the game doesn't hold any power back from us, the first couple of chapters are a little bit easier, but also leads to some pretty creative strats.
Coming with us.
We have to take out those first 4 to jump over the turnstiles there. Then the camera can just kind of do what it wants, and I can finish the fight anyway.
Really enjoy to work with.
The camera in this game is quite cursed. It does
Get 'em, boy.
things.
Nice. Let's do this.
So this is going to be our first little glitch in the game. So this is no major glitches, we can do small ones. So by running down that alley and then back over, we actually caused the game to glitch the elevator, which means we walk on even though you saw the elevator go up. And it just lets us get up slightly faster here. There is actually a known soft lock at that point, whereas if you don't move Cloud around, once you get on the elevator platform, the elevator will go up without you. And yeah, if we had a soft lock % category, that would be the way to win it. So yeah, there you go, that's a small tidbit for you.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny one I add as a joke incentive a lot of the time. Because then you can just kind of have a gap at the start there, soft lock yourself, and be like, oh no, we need to reset the timer, I wasn't paying attention. But since we're just now firing up the run, I figured stereo versus elevator would give you guys something to shoot for and ruin my day. I mean, have fun with it.
I think Mintopia's already seen to the fact that we're going to be taking the stairs. Unless chat wants to help us go a little faster and we'll take the elevator. I've heard Barrett complain enough times, I don't need to hear it again.
If it's a 7-minute stair climb for $50, I'll do that all day long. Whatever it takes to help out the charity, I'm happy to do it.
Indeed. So this chapter, as you guys know, is probably the most famous in the game. It's well known from the original game. This is the Maker Reactor. And it's also probably the most true to the original that Remake gets when it comes to how the game's laid out. You can tell the devs spent a lot of time on this chapter compared to the rest of it. So there we go, we finally got another party member, Barrett, and while we use this here, should we talk a wee bit about how we can switch between the characters in the game and shortcuts?
Yeah, in a little bit. We can use the shortcuts as we want, but new game categories will normally need to set these up, but since our save file is pre-loaded and everything we need on it, we don't need to go in the menu as often. So you normally would just open the menu before this segment to get a guaranteed laser cycle, but I messed that up. I got a pretty good one, which requires a really tight fight there. Now we can talk about the shortcuts, since we're doing it a lot right here.
Is that right?
So you'll see that Barrett in the background there is casting Thunder. So we don't actually have to switch to a party member to control them. We can use shortcuts to give them commands. Now we preset what those are for us in the menu. Even as much as presetting the limit breaks and things as well, if you want to use those, and that can be really handy for just going quicker. It's probably the most difficult concept for new players to the game to get their head around. Quite a lot of casual players don't use them properly.
Yep, I never used it once in my casual playthrough.
So yeah, when you're going through as a speedrunner without it, you're not going to get very far very fast. So it's a big thing having the shortcuts set up. And what you also saw him do straight after that, and we'll cover it the next time he comes to it, was a quick save load. And we do that to force the game onto like the next step a little quicker, because it sets the flags earlier in a small cutscene. And all that happens is by abusing the NVMe drives of the PS5 or the PC, we can save and reload and the flag's already set for us. Boss fight 1. Scorpion.
Got some pretty good damage rolls here and ATB, so this fight shouldn't be too terrible. We want to switch to Barret here as he's jumping away to avoid the camera swap between characters. Switching characters isn't necessarily a bad idea. People really overestimate how much time is lost to it. But we don't want to be doing it unnecessarily. One crit in there. I should be fine. Oh, that last hit crit, didn't it? Oh, that's very unfortunate. Oh.
I think you just lost your pressure.
I should be fine here. I just have to do this in a super silly way. That makes it very frustrating. I had to do the same thing yesterday, so I already know how this works. Here, ATB boost, Thundera.
The tail laser being a classic move from the original, and we just hide behind these kind of trash piles to make sure we don't get hit.
Normally you can just spam the thunders at the other end, but I wasn't able to get 8 ATB boost in as he jumped away, so I lost a little bit of time to that. Normally I'd hard reset on it, but luckily I made that mistake yesterday, and I knew how to do it. That's the intended method, but if you can just damage him down fast enough, you can basically get him gone before the laser goes off. It may seem like that's not that hard to do, but I actually tested like being very barely behind the pile of junk, and you can very easily get zapped by the laser on your cast. This cloud will like push forward and to the right, so it's kind of weird. So I am missing this first slash on purpose with triple slash, so that I can slightly optimize my movement. I'm also making sure I'm out of line with Barret here on purpose too. If I just run straight down, I'll bounce off of him and have to go around. But if I make sure I'm already on the right side, I can get up the ladder a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think that was one of my contributions, was when I learned that triple slash, we could intentionally whiff the first shot. And it would mean if there was only 2 enemies, the problem we used to have is if you used triple slash on 2 enemies and you were killing them both in one hit, you would still do the third slash, but then you would do the animation for rolling out of the battle. And it was really infuriating, and what we learned was is if you do a triple slash but intentionally miss the first hit, your second and third hit will hit the enemies, and you can roll out of the final hit of the triple slash, cancelling the end of the battle animation, and that just lets you go much quicker. So you don't use it so much in hard mode, but on New Game Easy, you definitely New Game Plus Easy, you use it a lot because you one hit most things.
Yeah, because in other categories, Barret actually does a reasonable amount of damage, but everything in hard is hard to kill. So Barret isn't as reliable, unfortunately. That's so the reason I switched to Barret there is actually because he has Synergy equipped. Emmy, you want to explain that real quick? What Synergy does?
Yeah, okay, so Synergy is one of the materials that we can use, and, excuse me a second. Sorry about that. Synergy allows us to have a party member automatically use an MP-based, ATB magic attack if we use one. Now, in the PS4 version, it also required the party member to have ATB and use their MP, so it wasn't really used. Now, on the PS5 version, we discovered that it did allow us to get basically free magic hits. So if you cast, you know, a decent ATB magic, they also cast one. So why not abuse it? So yeah, we now use it a lot in the run.
Excuse me, game? I don't even know what's going on right now. It's locked me in the menu here. That was an interesting, that's never happened before.
Yeah, so who had that on their,
I'm not even mad, that was such a weird thing. I am very confused.
Clip that, please. I want to watch that back later and try and work out what just happened.
I am literally the glitch hunter. And the glitch hunter in terms of, like, I find the worst glitches that are completely useless and make your game worse rather than better. I found a soft block the other day on the laser cycle somehow. I made the game, we're just gonna... Just that super... I just... Excuse me. Okay, good. What? Please
Okay,
stop.
so what we're also doing while the Sid tries not to break the game this time is we ran ahead there, and what you saw us do was warp Barrett to us. Now, the way that works in this game is if you are in combat and you swap to another party member, but they're not in the designated combat zone for that fight, it immediately warps them to that area. What you've got to be careful though is because we were climbing those stairs there, each floor had its own designated combat area, and if Barrett was already in another combat area, he will not warp up to you. So you've got to time it correctly to make sure that Barrett comes all the way to the top floor, because if you don't, it can really mess up your strategies.
The thing is, there's actually a really neat and easy visual cue. If you head up to the top floor, like, there's like a general idea of like, oh, you should be here or there. The thing is, the game will have little arrows pointing at the enemies on the lower floors, and if you are staring at those arrows, they'll eventually disappear, which means you've despawned all the lower enemies, so Barrett will 100% of the time warp up. It's inconsistent when that happens, but as long as you wait for those arrows to disappear, you can get him to warp up consistently. It's super nice. And apparently you can also warp him up into soft locking the game, which is I've never...
We need to get out of this place.
This game's... Every time something like that happens, I get super surprised. I was unsure if I'd be able to stay awake the whole time, but I am now fully awake.
I'm running on empty.
Have I ever been on a marathon run with you where you've not broke the game?
I wish I could break it in a little bit less massive time loss, but whatever, I guess.
That's about as good a place as
It's fine. We'll just play perfect the rest of the game and get a 440 with the stairs. It's fine. That was man, this game is well programmed and perfect. This game is actually. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I used to compliment them for their coding of Chapter 1, because it was clearly the chapter they'd spent the most time on.
Yeah. The thing is like just like OG 7, both the PS4 version and Intergrade, which is the PS5 PC version, are fairly resistant to straight up soft locking, unlike whatever I did there. I have no idea what frame perfect input I did, but hopefully I'll never do it again. But for the most part, like, you can get away with bloody murder and get out of bounds and skip a bunch of stuff in both versions of the game. The skips, however, were, like, changed in this version, so they're a lot harder to do. Thing is...
You don't have to keep reminding me of that.
Sorry. Oh, nice camera management, ding dong. If you put the camera in the right spot there, you can keep jogging. I guess it's just gonna be one of those days.
Seffi skip? Seffi skip?
Yeah, I'm ready for him to show up just to rub it in. Okay, lucky us. So, Sephiroth doesn't always spawn here for whatever reason. We drop our mode to graphics instead of performance because it seems like it's that running it in graphics, either the lag or the lower frame rate makes it harder for him to load properly here. I'd say it's like a 10% chance you hit this normally. You bump it up to like 70, 80 if you do it like this. Did we get a backup spawn? Nope. So I switched to performance here because it doesn't really matter anymore. He does still have backup spawns where he can show up, but he'll get caught out of bounds, so it's kind of funny. Maybe the game will be really rude here and just spawn him in the alleyway. Luckily not. So I looked at the floor there because in the PS4 version we need to do that for lag management. I'm not really sure if it's necessary in the PS5, but since graphic mode dumps out the frame rate and all that stuff, I figured there might be some additional lag caused by it. But, there we go. That usually saves like 20-ish plus seconds if it happens naturally, but like I said, it's a really low chance because he has several backup spawns. But like that, I'd say we save about 15. Considering how Chapter 1, we're probably like plus 10.
No, so again, just for people who don't realize what's just happened, that's supposed to be a kind of miniature interaction where you see Sephiroth and you're getting like a headache, and it's one of the early interactions where you realise that Cloud isn't doing so well. But the reason that it looks weird in the run is because we got Sephiroth to not spawn. So Cloud was still showing the headache animation, but there would have been points where we'd have seen Sephiroth and gone even slower. That's why that's still us going fast, even though Cloud is walking quite slowly.
Yeah, that slow walk is actually the faster movement there. It's because it's like supposed to be a in-game cutscene where Cloud's like remembering Nibelheim, and it's messing with his head. Spooky. Okay, I got lucky there. Oh, that's not good actually. I gotta be careful.
So this section is what we
So lucky.
yeah, this is what the first of what we call the mini gauntlets of the game, where you've got to defeat every boss. Every boss.
I mean, they might as well be because they all have HP locks.
So yeah, they do actually. So so every mob before you can continue. Now the true boss here is the ladder coming up, but all of these guys, if you kill them too fast, there is HP locks, and you have to wait because you're ahead of the game's code. Now this ladder's camera angle always sucks.
Yeah. No matter what you do here, the game's gonna want you to look at the helicopter. Then you can go up the ladder. So you just gotta get used to like jamming the camera in the floor. And then just kind of rubbing Cloud's face on the ladder and hoping it lets you go up, instead of just like getting really, really mad and doing weird things with the camera. But yeah, that may have looked very slow, but all those enemies lock their HP if you kill them too quickly. So you'll have to do something else to take them down. I almost missed because those staggers. I'm still surprised.
Yeah, there was a tiny bit of movement strats there. So what you saw was the moment Cloud got a target lock on one of the characters there, we did a dash attack to move towards them. Now, we don't actually want to kill these guys. We can just run past all these fights. But by doing the dash attack and just continuing to roll past, unfortunately this is one of those games where rolling movement in combat is the quickest, so you'll see that quite a bit. Until we get Tifa in the party. So that meant that we were dashing to just get a little bit faster movement going through that section.
I mean, this is okay. What are you targeting? Why were you targeting this stuff? What? Cloud, please!
When in doubt, limit break.
This is really annoying.
So the huntsman here is not behaving.
That was super weird. Normally, when you cast Blizzard like that, the fire will target the huntsman, but the game just decided to have a fit right there and just target whatever it felt like. I'm not sure why.
Big skip. Come on.
Just tiny train skip at this point without Chapter 1 and 2 have been so rude. It is what it is, what it is. Unfortunate.
Hey, marathon luck, eh? You can't do anything about it.
This is the most exceptional marathon luck I have seen in a while. I'm seeing stuff I've never seen before, so I guess it is.
Hey, got a sec?
The fire was really big.
What am I doing? The train car movement is actually really hard, and you can stake between those last two, but I was so fixated on how weird the RNG was, I wanted to make sure it was even worse.
Now, what time is it for you again? Just so people understand why you're currently going to
nice, crisp 3:30 a.m. I'm an early morning person, but not this early. This is a wonderful disaster, and I don't think I'd have it any other way at this point.
I thought I was having it bad enough setting my alarm for 7 AM on a Sunday to get up for this, but no, I'm okay here in the UK.
Yeah, the thing is that I was asked last minute to kind of do this, like I think about a week ago. So I had to like turn around my sleep schedule at the last minute. So I was like, you know, if it's for charity, I'll get up in the middle of the morning, 12:30.
And you, Jesse?
Yeah, I could have at least. Nah, with this run, you really can't stay up late. So this is 4.5 hours. Definitely gonna be a 4:40 for sure with the stairs. I mean, I guess it's fine, right? There's no PB is impossible with the stair climb, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Daddy,
We're gonna do
Dude, your PB went out the window with that chapter 1
I mean-
soft lock.
you know the funny thing. What am I doing? That's a very good question. All right, so my brain is so used to doing menus. I was like, oh, that's right. I need to change my shortcuts. So the common wisdom on doing shortcuts is if you do the move 3 times or less, it's probably not worth shortcutting. In this case, I needed to get rid of fire and ice so that I can do fast boulevard, which I'm sure I'll somehow manage to slow down to molasses boulevard at this point. But we're going to be using lightning to try and take out all the enemies at a distance, so that Cloud hopefully doesn't miss, but
I promise I won't do it again.
Dangerous part.
I've had some weird boulevards, so I have confidence that today the game is going to cut me some slack and let me go fast.
So, there's a few sections like this over the next couple of chapters where we need to just follow Tifa around. At some points you've got to be a bit more careful because how you move can sometimes, although it doesn't seem to be so bad on Integrate, on the original, her movement could go really squiff. The AI pathing in this game is not what I would exactly call robust.
I saw Sector 8 on the
Yeah,
news.
some places if you get too far ahead of her, she'll start walking instead of jogging, so you lose huge chunks of time. There's other places where like you can warp her into a cutscene, but if you try and walk into the cutscene too soon, she won't because you have to wait for a dialogue to finish. So this is a good old military special of hurry up and wait.
Good old Stargazer.
We gotta hurry up, and then we gotta wait. It is what it is. So right here, Tifa wants to show us her room. I'm not really interested.
Don't have time for
I've seen it several times now, so I'm gonna get over here and get ready for my room. We're gonna do a nice little trick here, hopefully. Yeah. I waited a little bit longer than I should have there. I took a little stutter step there.
No. And this?
That one's.
So again, this is some of the daft strats we've discovered in this game. Sid just saved about 1 second,
Yeah.
if that, by bumping into Tifa, and it cancels her animation of turning around to face that doorway and just moves us into the cutscene, which we immediately skip.
You know what it is? I'll just hit the chapter 5 and 11 save load, and we'll offset everything that happened in chapter 1 and 2. That's the strat, right? Hit frame perfect skips.
Well, now, I'm Marl.
There's
You
a
from
few
No,
of them.
this is my favorite old lady in the game, Marl. She's absolutely awesome.
Loud and clear.
Good.
Shout outs to Chrono Trigger being one of the best RPGs ever.
Nothing to report. Maintain
It feels kind of like awkward to say Marl in a Final Fantasy game, but I'm like, okay, yeah. Yeah, she is actually a lot of the thing is that I admire the most about this game is some people don't like the way the story turned out, and I can understand that. But the character and all of their like backstory, characterization, dialogues and stuff is so strong compared to the old game. Because the old game wasn't bad, but obviously a lot of us, you just have to realize the English and other translations were kind of weird and jank. But the scripting and translation on this one's really good. And characters that I used to be like kind of indifferent to, like Barrett, are exceedingly well written. So it makes it a lot more enjoyable.
Suppose I could take a look.
For those who don't know, the voice actress for Marl happened to voice the English version of Rita Repulsa in Power Rangers. Shout outs to Roy Zoga for that one. He was a huge Power Rangers fan.
Our next stop.
Just met her.
Then you know what to
Well,
expect.
that answers that question. And Sentai. Power Rangers is such a weird series because it's like half the Japanese and then a completely made up story.
Working?
Be nice.
So there's like two
I'm pretty good
different
at that.
storylines with that.
I've got
I enjoy it a lot, but that's pretty cool.
You're looking
Fun
good,
fact.
Marl.
Remember, be nice. You know, you've only been
Be
told like
nice.
3 times now. Be nice.
I mean, the game's not following its own rules, so why do I have to be nice if it's not going to be nice to me?
Marl's great. She helped get me set up
So
back in the
what
day.
we're doing just now is we're basically being showing around the area by Tifa because we need some
Never
money.
mind that.
And so we're helping her out.
Last stop is the
You know,
wetness.
not that we just didn't do a huge job for them, helping, you know, blow up a reactor, but we weren't paid.
We're so
So we're going around meeting all the different people, and we're basically currently, what would I say, we're the muscle, while she
Don't really
Kind
calls
of.
in all the money she's owed.
They don't have the money on hand, so
How
they
do I start?
bribed us, I guess, into going around and swapping out the filters, because the water down here is very tasty, super, super, super tasty. So they have a filter on it. And that's how we are getting half of our money from the bombing mission. We'll get paid in the other lump sum later with Barrett, but I already have 3 million gil, and hard mode's gimmick is items are locked.
Past the barricades,
So we don't have access, or our money is fairly useless once we have enough materia and all of our weapons and armor bought. Unfortunately, the best armor in the game, Chain Bingo, we can only get one of, so...
I can see
Yeah,
why
there's a
monsters
joke
would
about
be
us
right
having
around.
too much money, which will become more apparent when we get to chapter 9.
Yeah.
Okay, I better see what's happening while you're doing this here. You'll see that Tifa's currently doing what I can only describe as a million miles an hour. This is called parry, and this is parry sailing, where we are deliberately parrying and cancelling. Now, parry is a move you can do while in combat with Tifa. She's specifically got the parry materia on her. And what happened there was a perfect example of what we call like Fast Boulevard or Zoom Boulevard, many other names, where you deliberately parry through the first 2 battles, quickly kill the enemies with a magic cast, then you deliberately parry through the next 2 battles, but keep going until you get to the next cutscene trigger point, then end those 2 battles, and that means that you finish that whole section right beside the gate to come back out. Genuinely, compared to doing that area 1 fight at a time, that saves well over 30 seconds. It is such a good strat. Shout outs to Catbus for the initial discoveries of that one.
It may look like it's slower since I have to go into my menu and swap the materia out for lightning, and I have to tactical menu every thunder spell, rather than just using shortcuts, but it's, even in hard mode, it's still 4 to 5 seconds faster, even with all the menuing that you have to do, compared to, like, doing it with ice and stuff. So the thing is, each spell kind of has its own gimmick and mechanic.
It's not what
Wind and lightning will spawn on the target. Lightning is described as it won't miss. That's a huge lie. Wind is pretty good, but both don't require line of sight. Ice and fire do though, because they need to travel to the enemy and then explode or create the ice cube, then explode. So the thing is that Cloud just can't keep up with Tifa's movement there, so we're trying to leverage Tifa's movement. Those are NPCs, I shouldn't be walking into those. We're trying to leverage Tifa's movement and combine it with the thunder so that we can just kind of zip past everything. That's a pretty solid boulevard. Normally my sailing is pretty weak first thing in the morning. But
No, that was about as perfect as it gets.
Yeah.
I was quite impressed with that one.
That isn't even just parry materia either. There's a couple of different modified versions. If you're playing on the PS4, the fastest way to parry is to punch, then cancel the parry, and then cancel the parry with a punch. Affectionately named punch parrying. You know, it says on the tin what it is. This one, however, we're doing uppercut parries, or parry sailing. So you can either hit triangle and circle at the same time to use Tifa's uppercut special move to cancel out the parry and only use the fastest part of it. Or, in this case, I have an edge controller, so I have switches on the back of it, which is first party. You can hold down the triangle button and do that. Obviously, it's harder to do if you're holding the triangle down on your thumb, but this way I can hold it with a different finger. That's not that bad. Good pattern? You stink.
it's over.
1 HP having fool.
So yeah, this wee section here, once we got back, we saw there was a bit of a commotion, and Shinra are basically now looking for us, and this guy called Johnny opened his mouth because he's an idiot. Johnny's one of those characters that got a huge story expansion. Yeah, he was in the OG 7, but we gave him way more, and he's actually a really well developed character now, a total head case and troublemaker. Too full of himself for his own good, but we needed to rescue him there to stop Shinra, you know, managed to get any information out of him. We don't see it because we skip the cutscenes, but Cloud's option, and he genuinely offers this, is to take him out. You know, for Cloud being the good guy, it got very dark very quick at the
And
beginning of this
Same as
game.
you.
Could use a little. How about a.
Tifa.
Yeah. Hey. I see.
In that case,
Okay, we didn't accidentally say we want to do stuff again. So there's a few points in this game where the menu is not consistent over what option we want to pick when it comes to moving between key sections. So when you want to move on, so that you can't go back and do any side quests or anything, the game will always say, "Are you sure you want to continue?" And it's not very good at putting the yeses and
Maybe
nos
just
in the
chill.
same order. So if you don't know them, or you just genuinely, you know, finger slip, you can accidentally say, "Yeah, let's go back," and you just turn around, and it's a pain in the butt time waste.
Despite being second place on the leaderboards for hard, I do it all the time. If you guys do want to learn this game, don't feel like you know it's an impossible hill to climb. I do have some videos teaching like an older route, but the thing is, initially I was not very good at the game either. So the level I'm at is from raw practice, not really skill as much. But don't feel too intimidated. New Game Easy isn't super awful if you want to learn a normal category without grinding up stuff. New Game Plus Easy helps you learn optimal movement, and the fights are just that, a little bit easier. But if you want to have some really like cool, tight fights that require really heavy inputs and just consistency with doing the combo, New Game Plus Hard is for you. Which is why I like New Game Plus Hard, because a lot of these fights are very tightly wound, and I'd say almost task level in execution. You really don't have much time in between attacks to do anything, but just go, well, see you guys later. That's gonna be annoying.
Big man with a big gun for an arm, right?
That's why we have backup strats. So sometimes you get them all in one go, then you don't need that fire. But the way that the guys move at the beginning of that fight, they can move around.
Yep.
I suppose that's something we should mention with magics, is although if you've got well, it used to be called all materia, it's not anymore. It's magnify. Magnify can aim at 3 targets. But there's quite a few different magics that we can use that have more of an AoE even around the initial hit. So although there was 4 guys there, you can sometimes take out all 4 in one go. There's like a splash damage,
Yep.
but it doesn't always work.
So fire and ice have like the widest explosion range. So tier 2 and tier 3 spells you can often take out groups, even though magnify. So the way magnify works is it'll hit one target, and then it selects the 2 closest targets, and then it will duplicate to that, the first one, then the second one. Ice and fire have the biggest explosion radius, so Fire Blizzra, Fire Blizzaga will most likely multi-hit more than what you're on top of. But it can be annoying because if you kill all 3 of the targets on the first cast, it won't duplicate, and the spell will just kind of fly off into the ether. That's why sometimes you'll see spells heading off in weird directions, because it's targeting enemies in a different fight. Or it goes and like hits the ceiling randomly. It's because you accidentally nuked all the targets. Luckily, the way like wind and ice work, because they create the ice cube and wind creates like the little mini tornado before it explodes, you can pretty reliably get multi-hits with it, because even if the enemy's dead, it'll still explode and do damage calculation. So, lightning and... or not lightning, but wind and ice are theoretically superior to fire, because you usually don't have the issue. Despite the AI having a really weird path there, that was pretty decent.
Cloud, you know what to do. Why don't
Yeah,
you wait
so
around the
this is the
corner
first
over
chapter that kind of
Okay.
disappears from the route of OG7, and they use it to expand on Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse's story, particularly Jesse's. So what we're doing here is we've actually just gone to Jesse's mum's house. Jesse doesn't feel too great after the first reactor explosion. The explosion was far bigger than she thought, and she's currently blaming herself for it. But that's not stopping them wanting to go and blow up another one, but they need a different explosive to do it. So they've decided to go and steal some. And to steal some, what they're going to do is use her currently sick father's ID card. So Cloud, while the three of them are keeping Jesse's mum entertained,
My dad. He
Cloud
was a
is currently
maintenance
stealing
supervisor
an
at the
ID card
reactor.
from Jesse's dad. Now, I work in IT. I've worked in IT long enough that if somebody's on long-term sick like that, their ID is disabled.
Thanks.
So Shinra's security a bit more lax than I think I would like.
Yeah, I mean that shows pretty heavily in the later chapters 16 or yeah 16, 17. That Shinra kind of just does whatever, and they're single-minded on one thing and really don't run a tight ship. The funny thing is that the explosive actually had nothing to do with it. Shinra like lasered down the reactor to make the explosion worse than it was. So Jesse's actually not at fault here.
Mission
But we're getting a lighter explosive anyway to try and avoid such massive amounts of damage. These save loads here will cancel out some dialogue. They take a long time to progress, so we can just keep moving. There's some that save a huge amount of time in 5, 7, and 11. Luckily, I believe it was Steamed Hams found a visual cue for the one in 7, so that one's pretty much free. The ones in 5 and 11 are pretty hard to hit. If we get it, cool. It'll help offset the chicanery that was the first 2 chapters. Oh boy. I'm just... Whew. I'm still stymied by how interesting those were. You can save load here to cancel Wedge's dialogue, but it'll put Biggs really out of position, so we'll lose a ton of time.
So if we don't shut down the
So as we were bringing up Magnify earlier, Magnify actually has a few more interactions than just with the spell itself.
Just that I understand how you
There are
feel.
3 that will activate multiple times with Magnify as well. Normally, ATB Stagger, HP Absorb, and MP Absorb will only activate once for the one spell, even if this spell hits multiple enemies. It'll only do the calculation for ATB Stagger or the MP Absorb or HP Absorb once. But if you double down and equip the materia with Magnify and the HP or MP Absorb, you'll get up to 3 siphons. And in this case, because we have Ice Magnify, we have ATB Stagger on, which will give us up to 3 activations of ATB Stagger. ATB Stagger is really good for enemies, not so much for bosses, because boss fights, at least towards the end,
You can use that vending machine over there to
either aren't, until the end, rather, really aren't worth staggering because of how long the animation takes, or we can get rid of them before stagger. But for this fight, we can stagger pretty much everything with Ice's, like, innate, gimmick of staggering enemies, and luckily staggering comes before killing. So I can get 2,700 HP back every time I fire off an Ice Magnify spell, is the long and the short of it. So I can spam super duper ultra mega giga hard in here and not ever be wanting for ATB unless I play really poorly.
And the reason he says that is that this is now another gauntlet section where we've got to take out the trash to keep moving on. Quite a few phases in this section, lots of security officers, and what you saw very quickly was over on the far right on that raised platform we had to take those guys out. That caused those guys to come out the doors at the side. We now very quickly take out these 2 and roll over here. What we're doing there is a wee bit of MP. We'll go back into the MP a bit more, but 2 guys are going to spawn here now that we need to take out. And as you can see, Sid is thoroughly abusing the ability to just keep spamming magic. You see his ATB is already back up at full, despite just keep using magic attacks.
We delay
we're using
refocus here because of Biggs' dialogue. It'll progress normally while we're doing it. It's a nice little time save.
So we've now got a whole bunch of guard dogs are choosing to chase down Wedge, but again, big magic spam. They are gone. We've got 2 sweepers now, who are affectionately called Sweepy. We'll go into more of that later. And again, look, oh, we're spamming some Blizzard. Jeez, oh, these guys really like it cold. And now Roche. How do we describe Roche? So, Roche you would have been introduced to in the game slightly earlier than now. because of the bike sequences. We get to skip the bike sequences in New Game Plus. It's one of the niceties because they can be quite difficult. They are rooted to perfection on the other categories, but Roche is a soldier who's choosing to hunt down Cloud. And basically, he ends up with a bit of a man crush on Cloud, as far as I'm concerned, and I can't wait to see how his character's developed in the sequels.
That was a really clean annex there. Yeah, so we just abuse ice really heavily to keep the ATB coming so that we can just cast the next one. You can refocus earlier, but it slows down the passage of time. But if we wait until either Wedge or Biggs is talking, the time slow is less impactful because their dialogue will progress normally anyway. You could also use Skill Master there, but it's a lot harder, and if things go off script, you're in a really rough spot. The reason I use Refocus is just, in general, it's a bit easier, and it's a lot more marathon friendly, because what it'll do is it takes your entire limit bar and gives you 500 points back. Your level 1 limit's 1,000, level 2 is 1,350. Every time you stagger an enemy, you get 350 limit, so within the first 3 staggers, we have our limit anyway. And the game eats it before we go into Roche and just deletes our limit, so that's why I didn't use a limit on Roche, even though it would have done enough damage, most likely.
Shout out to whoever animated that sideways Jesse movement. It's absolutely dreadful.
The crawl spaces are like sideways spaces are so weird in this game. That's probably like one of the few places where I feel like you actually have to sidle like that in between the trucks and the fence. But there's so many places where it's like you could have walked through there normally. What are you doing?
Here's the angriest granny in the city. She wants to take on Wutai all by herself. Her voice lines there are brilliant, but we're going to keep running past them, so you might not hear them.
Yeah, a lot of the NPC dialogue is like actually pretty good if you wait for it, but it's a speed run, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to watch it. Biggs and Wedge here are going to be trying their hardest to get in front of me, so I'm going to try.
So what Sid's trying to do here is NPC surf. So you saw it a little earlier when we were taking on the hoodlums, and if you get in front of a character that's going to move faster than you, they will push you along, and it's the silliest of little time saves, but it's kind of fun to try for it, because on the exceptionally rare occasions you pull it off perfectly, it is a big satisfaction moment in your own head.
Yeah, it also like gives you something to do in segments that can be pretty slow. There are some cases where the NPCs slow you down pretty heavily. Like earlier in Chapter 1, you may have noticed that I got like way ahead of Jessie, but I didn't let her push me. For whatever reason, she like massively slows you down. I think there's a couple of places they program it like that on purpose, just so that you can't like get the NPC to push you through invisible walls somehow and skip interactions. So it's like this weird thing where you just have to know. But we got... Go ahead.
Oh, so we're currently having to check out on the group after that little mission, so we just checked at Big's house, Ian's not there, and now we're going to follow Wedge. What we're going to end up doing here is leaving Wedge alone and going to see Jessie ourselves. And let's just say Jessie's a bit thirsty for Cloud, just a tad. And we have to kind of throw off her advances. But this is a lot of just walking around in this section.
Yeah. We've got the Whispers fight coming up, which is one of the major like changes to the story in this game. Their gimmick is they're weak to magic, and the way they want you to take care of them is by hitting them with spells to pressure them, follow up from there to stagger. Luckily our stats are so high that we can one-shot them if we use the right thing. So I'm going to have Cloud pick off one of them, because the 4 will spawn in front of us immediately, and Tifa will be joining the party here too. Since we both live in the same apartment building, we both run out at the same time. I'm going to use Tifa's Somersault, which limits are programmed very specifically so that the last hit kills, usually. Which means I can reliably one-shot all of them. Sometimes you can one-shot all 4 of them, but it's easier if I get rid of one with Cloud, and then let her one-shot the remaining 3, and that will skip spawning an additional wave of Whispers. Sometimes the Whispers can move out of the way of Somersault, but it is what it is when it happens. Luckily, I have enough MP no matter what.
Yeah, when these mysterious spectres, or whispers as we also call them, are pulled up, when you're doing your casual playthrough, this is the point the game gets confusing when you think you know the original. But, oh, that was perfect, you only get A, B, C, and D.
Yep.
So what happened there was we killed A, B, C, and D so quick that we didn't get E and F to spawn, which you have to wait a wee bit longer and then kill before you can move on past that section.
The gimmick is if you wipe out all 4, or pare down to 3 of them and wipe them all out, it avoids it. But if you go down to 2 or lower, it'll spawn 1 each time you kill 1. So even if I get it down to 2 and one-shot both of them, it'll spawn the additional 2. It's super weird. I don't know why it works that way, but it does.
And this is kind of the Spectre boss fight. The way this works is the enigmatic Spectre goes into pressure depending on how many of the standard ones you have taken out. So on the different categories it's different amounts. And once you get them pressured, you just nuke them down.
Yep. That may look like it wastes a bunch of time, but the enigmatic has like really high defense. And is nigh impossible to kill unless it's at least pressured. But we have 3 guys and 3 Whispers in front of us, so we just Blizzard up Magnify. I pick one of them off, and that way the 3rd Blizzard up on the 2nd casting will target the enigmatic, and it's basically a free stagger from there because he's pressured. The Somersault would be enough to one-shot, but I throw out a Fire if I have enough MP, just because it'll speed it up a little bit. Somersault's 2 hits in quick succession, but with a Fire you only need the first hit. Doesn't really save a massive amount of time, but it's a cool little thing you can do. Luckily, because of the staggers, you even have the limit on Cloud. The main issue is that Tifa's like locked down the whole time, which is why we go for the pressure to get the enigmatic off of her in the first place, so that she can attack. Alright, let's see.
Yeah. So the kind of gist of the Spectres is the way that they're framed in the game is that they are trying to help make sure that certain events happen. Now, where they're going to take that storyline over, the next couple of games, I'm not sure. There's still great debates amongst the community, and I don't just mean speedrunning. I mean the wider Final Fantasy VII community in general over exactly the storyline intentions.
No way. I disagree. So there's a save load here that will skip this entire laser scanning phase. And I was pretty sure my visual cue was correct. But unfortunately, I guess it wasn't. I was like 1 frame off. The thing is, you have to walk into this pseudo cutscene where the ID scan phase happens. And then save load. And what will happen is you'll just immediately be able to get to that Mashable dialogue with Tifa. Usually saves about 20 seconds, but I lost probably 6 there going for the save load. But my visual cue told me that I definitely had it, so it's very unfortunate. I guess I was just a little bit off.
No way.
Again, it happens. It's one of those ones where the way that some of those wee cutscenes work, when we talk about a save load, we talk about being able to go into our menu. And during most cutscenes, the ability to go into your menu is completely disabled. For obvious reasons, they want you to watch the cutscene. But what we discovered was that in some of them, just as the cutscenes load, you are still able to get into your menu for a few frames, and if you get into that menu correctly and save load, and it thinks the cutscene has begun, the game has set the flag to say that cutscene has happened, but you're still able to then reload the game. So when the game then reloads, it goes, oh, that cutscene's already completed, it then moves you past that point. Now, there's a few of them in the game where you've only got like a few frame window to do it. There's some of them where the game just lets us for some reason, and there's no real right or reason why. I guess it's just different programmers with different sections of the game.
5 is particularly difficult because we don't get full momentum there. Since we can only speed walk or do like a brisk pace, it's extremely hard to hit that one. There's another one in 11 where we can move full speed, where I feel like it's a little bit easier. The trick to these is just setting up like a visual cue. so that you don't save load unnecessarily. My Q told me I should have had it, but I guess wasn't scrutinizing it hard enough.
Let's go.
I love Barrett saying that there's some stairs over here for us to come and get to him. It's like, yeah, Barrett, get used to those stairs. You might be seeing more of them later.
We're gonna get some cardio today, whether we like it or not. The stairs are actually pretty funny. The thing is, in the main game, OG, a lot of people will take the stairwell. It's because the elevator actually has a random number of battles, and the elixir don't hurt either. So for us, it's a hard-wired only 2 fights on the elevator, period. So it's always faster. It's about 30 seconds to go up the elevator, 7 minutes and 30 seconds to take the stairs. So it's a straight 7 minutes. That's pretty funny.
The dialogue is amazing. I'll be honest, I never grow tired of hearing it. But I will never hear it in marathons now. But in OG7, I believe they now have some manipulation. Yeah, so in OG7 now, the elevator, only as of about maybe a year ago, I think, is now actually the quicker strat on that game. Whereas, since the dawn of time for original 7 speedruns, taking the stairs was the correct way.
Just like that, okay?
So normally I keep ice. The only upside to going for the save load is that I did the menu earlier, so I'm not losing more time to menuing here. What am I? That actually would help if I cast the spell, probably.
Nah, you don't want to do that.
No surprises there.
I was like, wait a minute, why am I not casting a spell? Oh, I didn't hit the button. On purpose. I did it on purpose, RNG manipulation.
Yeah, remember, every mistake is intentional. Just so chat knows.
Unfortunate. This guy moved a little bit further away than intended, so Magnify didn't hit him.
Those things really
I heard the thunder hit him the first time because I heard all 3 bolts. So I was like, oh yeah, it should be fine. Then I turn around and that pushed him just far enough out of range, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's some small movement manipulation that we're also doing here is when you get into kind of combat phases in this area, there's a lot of little roadblocks in the way, so he's going to have to press triangle to move on to the next bit, or he's going to have to get to a door. And what we're doing is we are trying to use magic to be as far enough away from the enemy as possible, so that we're at those next points when we end the combat. And there we used Tifa to get, closer to this door so that we could move on. And even though the combat was at the beginning of that section, and that's all intentional, that's all planned, there's a lot of that in the run, just for small time saves as you go through it.
So we can get across the train tracks a little bit quicker there if I buffer Barrett back there, but that one's really hard to do. Because you never know who's going to have taken damage, and it will vary on, how fast you do things. That room right there is... Go ahead.
I was going to say that buffer there where we slow them down at the door and use a potion or something, or even cure, I think we've known about that as one of the earliest time saves in this run since almost month 1. And you know what, I don't think I see any runner ever use it because it's so annoying and only saves a few seconds.
Strike talked me into this one, but I struggled to get this one properly because it's so inconsistent. He actually has turned off Bloodsucker on EKG, so Barrett reliably cure buffers himself. Because the time save varies depending on who you're curing too. It's super awkward.
You're done.
So yeah, what Sid just mentioned there with Bloodsucker is one of the new mechanics in this game. There was weapon upgrades which were brought in, and one of the things that the weapons can do on some characters for some weapons is a move called Bloodsucker. So at the point that they damage an enemy with that move, it heals you a little. Now, you'd think that sounds fantastic, but unfortunately it can be really annoying if you're trying to predict it. So I know in my New Game Plus Easy save, I have Bloodsucker also disabled on all of my weapons, because if I want to damage a character down, it's intentional.
53 is not too terribly bad considering how awful the first couple of chapters were, but it could be better. I think this is about as good as it gets with what I started with.
Okay, so Crab Warden. Crab Warden is also a mech fight, quite similar that you would think to the earlier ones. But no, he's got some gimmicks. So he's got 4 different legs that we can target. And if you get him to pressure, he reveals his core, and you really want to target that for some huge damage. What we've got to avoid here though is that at certain points, if you're a bit too slow, the floor will become lightning, so you need to make sure you're standing in the correct places. And what we're doing here is that we're using Cloud to get them in phase 1. Tifa is exceptionally overpowered in this game, particularly if you use Star Shower. Is it Star Shower that does the 50% boost?
70%, but yeah.
70% boost. So yeah, whatever move you use after it just gets boosted. It's insane. You can really abuse that with Tifa's Limit Break and have her Limit Break become ludicrously potent. So Tifa we use a lot in a lot of the categories just because of how much great damage she can output. And that was actually pretty clean, nice.
Yeah, I've updated a lot of my strats, so they're a lot tighter, so I have to kind of focus. The nice thing is, even if I mess up, it's about as slow as my older strats. But it also means that doing commentary during boss fights is no-go for the most part.
Yeah, don't worry, chat, you don't mind me just talking absolute nonsense while he's doing boss fights, do you? Because I don't know his strategies in the slightest.
Outside of...
I know the phases, I know what the battle's about to happen. How he's killing them, I'm just going, yeah, he's doing this.
Yeah, you're about as lost as chat. Like, everything's dying? Question mark? Yeah, so as long as I have a chance, I'll explain it afterwards. Unfortunately, when we get to the end, we're in the boss rush phase. It's kind of like, what? You're just gonna have to
I
figure
know
it out
some
yourself.
of the moves you're using. That's progress, right?
Yeah, so the gimmick with Crab Warden is the front legs are weak to magic, and the rear legs are weak to physical. I used to break all the legs, but that's super duper slow. So we just make sure we go into the fight with max MP on Cloud, and because we have Lightning MP Absorb, it's pretty easy to get there like that. We just crack the first leg with Thundaga, that keeps him in stun, and then we just fire off a bunch of Focus Strikes. Focus Strike is a gimmick move that's intended to increase the stagger bar when the enemy is pressured, but it also has a hidden mechanic that isn't really well defined or explained. When it makes contact, you get 700 ATB back. So it's really good for activating 2 things, Synergy and ATB Assist. So with ATB Assist, Focus Strike will normally not activate it, but you can by punching in between. ATB Assist is actually really broken materia that gives your party members 600 ATB whenever you do 2 moves back to back. There's a lot of like conditions and blah 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 blah, but for the most part, if you hit the attack, you hit any 2 abilities back to back, you'll get 600 on everybody. That's how I was keeping my ATB up. And the reason Tifa could get away with punching as many times is because the Skill Master, or not Skill Master, but Focus Strike refunding 700 every time I made contact. And then basically from there, we just break legs over and over again and keep him hit stun.
It's a common theme throughout all the categories in this game, really, is ATB management. Your most powerful moves require ATB to do, so that's what we are focused on, making sure it keeps up. And just in case we haven't, it's not clear, the ATB when you're in a battle is the 2 little light blue counters underneath your health at the bottom right. So until one of those bars builds, we can't actually do our more powerful moves. So like a magic move, or even use items on the other categories. While you're kind of working your way through this trash mob area here and just kind of zooming your way along, I suppose we should go into what the actual changes are for hard mode versus the other stuff.
Okay, so hard's like big gimmick is your MP can't be refilled until you clear a chapter. I think it's a way of like micromanaging your strength the developers came up with to kind of balance hard mode. We only get 2 stat up materia, 2 magic up and 2 luck up. Luck up is pretty bad because it gives you a 40% crit bonus if you have them both maxed out. And in terms of a speed run, crits are very, very dangerous. Early on, when you have a low amount of party members, it's really hard to loop ATB efficiently with ATB Stagger, Skill Master, ATB Assist, stuff like that. So crits can be very devastating because you need to do hit a certain number of times. You kind of saw that in Sentinel Scorpion. Like, my ATV management got a little bit messed up, so I had to run behind the barricade, even though I could have ended the phase. Actually, I think I... No, if my ATV had been for, like... Never mind. Anyway, so ATV management's incredibly powerful and potent with this mode. So in hard mode, back to the actual question, is balanced around having to stretch your MP through each chapter. So we either use MP Absorb and Magnify to get multiple siphons back on MP Absorb to keep our MP at max power. Cloud has a really cool skill set that makes it super viable. Mithril Saber has really high magic, 20% cost reduction, and 20% damage increase when at max MP. But the other gimmick so hard is items are locked, no elixirs, no ethers, no potions, no revives, none of that stuff. So if we want to get somebody back up, we need to have cure or revive. Normally benches would recover MP, but that doesn't work anymore. No items, no benches. Benches recover HP, but they take forever.
Slow and steady, guys.
And that's our objective?
And enemies are just... Everything in general is just stronger.
I'm pretty sure that's the
For the most part.
Yeah,
Like I'm
so
forgetting
basically to
something.
stop you just spamming the absolute most powerful moves in the game over and over, by putting in the MP limitations, you really do have to plan when you do use them. So it's one of those points where when it comes to routing on hard mode, if you change how much magic you use on a fight earlier in the chapter, that can affect how much MP you have for a fight later in the chapter. Also, the hardest or the most powerful magics tend to also have the longest cast times. So there are times where we will intentionally use weaker ones just because it's quicker.
Yeah, there's a very specific balance that we try and walk. Like right there, Magnify used to be very awkward in the original game. Integrate, it got buffed, but it still does weird things. So if you like target the right turret there, Magnify won't hit both, but if you target the left turret, it will. I don't know what is going on, whether it's like favors one side or whatever. Chapter 6 can be kind of annoying because a lot of these fights we don't have to do. So we just need to zip zap off with Tifa, and it can be really rough because the fleet timer is randomly rolled every time between 3 to 6 seconds.
Yeah, the fleet timer, so while we are in combat or in fleeting there with Tifa, you can see we can still move really quickly, and that's a really good fleet timer. So for this really speedy movement, you want your fleet timers to be as long as possible. But at some points in the game, you really want your fleet timer to be as short as possible because you need to interact with an object, and you can't do that while you're in flee mode.
In a lot of cases, if Tifa's in the party and you have anywhere to go, and there's not like a door or a switch that's blocking you, you generally want it to be longer rather than shorter. Because even if you're standing there with Tifa, you lose a lot less time than having to huff it over there walking naturally. This might be really hyperbolic and not exactly correct, but more or less, like, every second you can spend sliding with her would be like 3 to 4 seconds of walking is probably like the most simple way to put it. So it saves a ton of time. So getting rid of these turrets actually saves a ton of time. And you may be like, well, why does that save time? The trick here is actually there's 2 other monsters that are supposed to spawn in. You can see that one down there. So I can do this little neat trick now that I've separated them into their own fight. Thanks, guys. I'm glad you can give me an extra parry here.
So, what we are doing there is we are actually running back the way we came intentionally. That's not the route the game expects you to take. The game actually has at various points pre-planned routes through this area, and we just ignore some of them and go back the way because it's faster.
A couple of backtracks are a lot faster than the intended route. The game wants you to like go a different way. There are items and stuff on the route, so casually it's worth going there. I believe Elemental is in this area, and that's almost always worth getting. At least casually. In a speed run, I believe they've routed this elemental out. It's not worth grabbing. That's the one nice thing about New Game Plus. I don't have to think about treasures at all. I still have the treasure OCD that like took a long time to like overcome.
Wonder what the
But you get used to it eventually. That's the one nice thing about New Game Plus.
Yeah, my playstyle very much when it comes to casual gaming is collect all of the things.
Goblin, yep.
It's like, well, okay, the game wants me to go here. How much more of the map can I explore before I am forced to go that way?
Bring it on, Avalanche.
Yep.
Recently I've been playing the Horizon games, and yeah, there's a lot of the game you can do before the game forces you to move on, so I was very overpowered at them.
Yeah, I do enjoy games like that. I want to start learning like at least God of War New Game Plus, and maybe Ragnarok. The new games are super good, and the balancing between side quests and main quests can get a little bit hairy. But it's sometimes it's fun to like do super hard bosses and then just have power overwhelming for the final boss. So that's it's always a fun thing to me. With this game too, you probably could break the game in half about halfway through if you know how to use some of the items and make sure you get them. Like Synergy is super busted. Unfortunately, it requires you to fight 3 unique type of enemies, so it's extremely hard to get in a new game run without losing a ton of time to it. But it's a lot of free damage that would be worth getting if it wasn't as difficult to get as it is.
I'm not seeing a way down.
Okay, so that chapter's over. Now, what that entire chapter was about, well, we were just talking nonsense the entire time. We jumped off the train and we needed to get into the next reactor, so we went underneath the plate on this kind of maintenance area. Apparently Shinra doesn't look after their maintenance areas very well. They're also not very well power managed. For us to open some doors, we had to turn off lights for those on the ground. You know, because, you know, a door requires the same amount of light as a sun. And we also had to take out the trash because, you know, they don't look after their own areas, and take out, you know, the monsters because they just let them infest everything. That would cover that entire chapter, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much like we're not as good as you might think, and Shinra is just as bad as you think. Pretty much.
Okay, so we're now on the second reactor mission. Now, this reactor is laid out mostly similar to the first one. There was a nice bit there where we slid down the pipe on the way in, and that's a great throwback to the OG on the second reactor mission because you do slide down the pipe on the way in, and I loved little things like that where they tried to keep kind of those homages to the original game properly.
All done.
So these first couple of fights, there's 4 enemies. So what I'm doing is I'm bursting down 3 of them with Thunder Magnify, and then switching to Barret to glitch out the targeting on the Synergy Thunder, so that he hits the 4th enemy. Synergy kind of functions like Final Fantasy 1 in a way. It's just basically a follow-up attack on the first thing you attacked that you targeted. Synergy will only activate if the character I'm controlling does an offensive ability. So it just basically does an additional attack on that target. But Synergy can be very heavily manipulated as long as you can control the character. In the Yuffie mode, it's not as busted because you can't, like, switch to Sonon and perform, like, the cancels and retargets. So it's like a 50-50, but in this mode, it's, like, just strong, period, if you know what you're doing.
One of the things we learned was target lock. We didn't really use it very heavily in the PS4 version of the game, but on the PS5 version, when we discovered that Synergy was frankly busted, as we like to phrase it, we discovered that by swatching to the character, swapping to the character. When you try and confuse swapping and switching, there you go. By swapping to the character that was going to cast Synergy and using their target lock, you could then pick who it was used on. So yeah, it basically was an extra free magic cast that we could actually aim, which was nice.
Nice.
You're gonna feel this one.
Excuse me? Would you...
I got it.
Super obnoxious. So, I wasn't trying to steal skin there, and it threw me off. And Cloud started with perfect ATB, so it threw me off even more. I wanted to use a couple of Thunderas there to take out the elite troopers,
There should be a console.
but the second round of spells just decided that I couldn't target the elite trooper.
Needs a key card.
The targeting in this game is actually quite cursed. You gotta work really hard to get it to target what you want in some scenarios. It can be very frustrating. So
We can target lock, it's not always the best. Although different runners have different preferences on whether or not they do use some manual targeting at locations.
yeah, I'm in a worse position too because I use the right thumbstick lock on, so it can be very fussy about letting you lock onto stuff. Because normally with the left and right swap, you'll eventually find the right target, but when you use the thumbstick, which is like directional, it's super, super weird sometimes and just refuses to target what you want.
So this here, like I said, is the second reactor mission. Now, we've come all the way down, but then our ladder to get out was removed. So we're now having to kind of fight our way out through the facility.
No surprises there.
And to do that, we're having to go through all of these rooms, and these rooms are full of guards. Now, we're just taking them out as we go. But there's wee tricks to some of these rooms. So like that elite guard there you saw kind of got a lock where we couldn't finish killing him, and we just had to wait for his voice line to finish before he would, you know, keel over. So each time in this room we are trying to make sure when the battle's finished we're as close to the exit door as possible so that we can push the switch to continue. And that's just, again, the small optimizations that we do throughout the run.
Sometimes you'd be a little bit too far away. As long as... Okay, I'll take the... that's super obnoxious, though. That might actually make this really... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Barrett, Thundera. That's super annoying. It's really stupid. I'm very happy. Thanks, Barrett.
Yeah, always thanks, Barrett. So, what we're also doing through here is the game has just told you that there's a big super weapon coming up, and I was like, oh, this looks nasty. And you can do things to, like, reduce its abilities, but we're ignoring all of that. We don't have time to use the security keys to try and hurt this, you know, big mechanical beastie in any way, because it's slower, and because we know the strategies, and it's going to go down. So coming up is the Airbuster fight, which is one of the legendary fights from the original game, and it's probably the first time in this game that you truly go, yeah, this is amazing. It is a bit of a... I hate this, a bit of a skill check, so to speak, when you're playing on your casual playthrough. It will make you think and work between the phases, but when you're routing it in a speedrun, we have got it down to a fine art.
Yep, this boss fight goes a lot easier than you might expect. Gotta be careful here or else you'll activate their dodge animation, which is what Barrett did in the previous fight. When I said thanks, Barrett. So Barrett was trying to shoot one of the shock troopers, and if anything physical is trying to attack the shock troopers, they will straight up activate a dodge animation that makes them invincible until they're done doing the animation. No matter what would normally hit them during that animation, it'll miss. That's why I ended up having to cast a bunch of weird spells there, because the game was being very generous in letting Barrett trigger their dodge. It's an unfortunate thing that happens sometimes.
This room is also funny, so we've got to kill all these guys, which we do fairly quickly, and we get to this mob at the back of the room, and we're going to kill him, and he's going to stay alive for quite some time, because that elite grenadier is currently chatting to people, and he just won't die until he's finished his, you know, duty of saying his voice lines and discussing whatever it is he needs to discuss. He's just not going down, but then eventually you just tap him.
Well, that is an interesting way to lose time in a room you should never lose time in. Oh, man.
Yeah, that tap took a few more seconds than intended.
Yeah, you're usually just waiting for him to get off the console. I was like, oh, I'm gonna do some cool flourishy stuff, and then he walked off the console immediately and slapped me in the face for being stupid. The game does that a lot. It tends to be like, yeah, that's very funny. Get frunked on.
Oh, you're trying to show off stuff at a Marathon? Nope.
Yep. He was trying to do some focus strike chains there, but the game wouldn't have none of it. I'll probably heal up Tifa here, because I don't know how much it'll hurt if she eats a tank buster. And I say eats a tank buster, she's gonna eat it anyway, but the way that she eats it will be different depending on how I do this fight. Tank Buster does not exist. It is something, a figment of your imagination. It doesn't have a hitbox. It can't hurt you as long as you know it's not real.
So we were climbing up all the levels there like we did with Cloud and Barret earlier, but because we had Tifa doing the climbing, I just thought it was a wee bit faster.
Speed.exe. Yeah, the reason Fury Ring is probably like one of the better equips in the game, but because Gotterdammerung gives you a limit and it does so much damage and Tifa has Star Shower,
Got these ones.
if we have to dedicate to killing something, and we don't have anywhere to go, Somersault's usually faster to just one-shot. But it's like a give and take. You either need, if you need her to one-shot stuff, you do. But if you can get away with doing it with Cloud and Barret, you just zip out with Tifa.
Okay, pay attention, you two. 3, 2, 1.
Used to be in the PS4 version, like, you'd have to look at the screens here. The audio cues were really, really disjointed. They fixed that in the PS5 port, but I still look at the screens anyway. Luckily, the first set of switches has a massive window for success.
Yeah, I deliberately stayed quiet there. As you said, the audio cues are better on the PS5. On the PS4s, they were broken. They were actually correct on the Japanese voice language. They just were out of sync on the English voice language. And now this is Tank Buster. So,
ATBs, now the game's being made again.
yeah, that wasn't the greatest ATB roll to begin. So the first phase here, the best way is just get behind him, and we were looking to build up. So he then blocks. So he's going to move back here, and he's going to get ready to use a move. And we're intentionally going to have Tifa eat it because it will give us a huge amount towards her limit break.
What are you talking about?
Wrong strats. Wrong version of the game.
You ready?
Yep. So you can clip through Tank Buster with a combination of parry and focus strike here. Not sure why it works, it just does. It's a Bethesda moment, so shout out to Todd Howard. It just works.
Yeah, I confused the new game strats there instead of the new game plus.
I miscast with Barret there, so my damage is not as bad as I thought it would be. I want to make sure I'm on the left side of Airbuster here, because it'll actually delay his finger lasers a little bit, so I have more time to make sure I get my spells in. There's a lot of little weird stuff like that that's not readily apparent until you've played the game a ton.
This is one of the rare points of the game where you actually go from one boss fight to another instantly. So we're making sure to do all of our item and menuing just now. I say iteming and menuing, or just menuing, because on hard mode there is no iteming, to switch stuff around, and we're straight into another boss fight, because here's Reno.
Yeah. We can get him to spawn a little bit sooner, but without fire it's pretty much impossible in hard mode. Because we need to, like, one-shot these guys immediately. Also, I'm going to glitch up the camera here by rolling. Pretty funny. Game kind of does not play well with that. So we have a very explosive strategy here. I really like it. This is one of the reasons I like hard, is there's a lot of different things we can do here to achieve different results. Like this. See you later, buddy. I was hoping I was in the right spot, but not so much. If you stand in the exact right spot, you can get him to stop immediately instead of zapping forward. You'll just start the next phase.
Figured this dance of ours could use a spark.
What cutscene?
So do you want to explain what self-destruct actually just did there?
Yeah, it's actually like a very complex and super easy explanation at the same time. So we have a Iron Blade set up specifically to abuse self-destruct. Enemy skill has 4 different abilities, but we'll just skip straight to the self-destruct. They all have their uses except for Bad Breath, but self-destruct is the most potent in this scenario. So one nice thing about hard, it's not really useful in other categories because it's just too much damage, and you can get that damage somewhere else. It will consume 2 ATB and you'll self-destruct, as it says. Normally it will inflict instant death, but because we've gone out of our way to make sure the Iron Blade has warding subversion on it, we have 100% resistant to instant death.
Okay.
The devs really did not want us abusing that, so instead of instant death, you just get smacked for all of the damage that you output. So you basically one-shot yourself damage-wise. But what they didn't account for was reprieve. So with this specific setup, we can use the reprieve ability on the weapon, and that will revive us with 1 HP once per battle. And since we slapped HP absorb on enemy skill, we also get to siphon 40% of our damage back. That 40% is limited to the enemy's current HP pool, not the max or any of that. So that's why we're not fully healed, because there really isn't enough to siphon off, but it is enough to get us where we need to go. We also added a little bit of extra damage in there by having Elemental attached. We want Elemental Ice by the end of the game, but we need to have Wind as a just-in-case for Chapter 12, because we'll be using Self-Destruct there too. But it's a nice little auxiliary strat that saves some time on a few bosses, specifically the first boss of Chapter 18. Saves a couple of minutes, because we can start the phase shift timer immediately. Oh, that's a bummer. You can get Tifa to push, or Aerith to push you all the way over here. I do that all the time. Tifa, Aerith, Yuffie. I shuffle those two. I don't know what it is. It makes me do it. Maybe it's dyslexia. Maybe it's just actual weirdness in my brain. It is what it is.
I think. Actually.
But yeah, self-destruct
I don't know.
always takes 2 ATBs, so it's kind of slow. And the other issue is that it like pops Cloud in the air and he kind of like is stun locked for a bit. So it's not best to use everywhere.
What's next for you?
But it does make Reno, Rude, the rematch with Reno, Rude in Chapter 12, Specimen, HO512, and Whispers pretty quick. Because the way that the limit system works is there's a couple ways to get limit. One is by staggering enemies and you get a set amount. And one is by taking damage. So the damage you take isn't necessarily a 1-to-1.
They do more than just scout.
It doesn't matter how much HP you actually lose, it's the percentage amount you lose. So we bottom out Cloud's HP, don't add any HP ups. We actually go out of our way to remove the HP up. I think it's like 350 you would get from Iron Blade. We remove that bonus on purpose. And we also make sure he's on Force Bangle so that he takes the most amount of damage possible.
You mad?
And because furthermore, we did that with Magic Up and Fury Ring equipped. We had the max amount of MP magic damage we possibly could. We also took 30% more damage from Berserk Ring.
Well, first time.
So we always get a limit out of it. Long story short, we optimized Self-Destruct to give us a free limit out of Self-Destruct. We could have given Aerith both of the magic ups before instead of after. But I would have had to take a counter hit from Reno to get all the damage I needed for the free limit there. But it's a very convoluted, long story short. Self-destruct plus Iron Blade equals free explosion and free limit, if you know what you're doing. You could use it on Ghoul, Eligor, and Abzu 1, but it's not faster, unfortunately. Synergy just kind of works a lot of fights around it. But it is kind of a funny thing you can do. I used to do it a lot in early routing. Self-destruct is really fun to use, but not super fast.
Too much. Maybe more than even that.
Yeah, it's quite potent. It has also its uses on the N% category. This is the no major glitches. We used a lot more on the PS4 version of the game. On the PS4, the skips were, I'm not going to say free, but they were definitely easier. The skips in the PS5 version of the game, Square decided to patch some stuff which really infuriated us, and they're a lot more difficult to do. Some of them we couldn't even replicate anymore. This is just Aerith being Aerith.
Tell me a story.
Not for free.
Cheapskate.
So, interactables in this game are an actual nuisance. The quote-unquote triangle boss is real here. Some of the switches are really hard to trigger. Some of the interaction points are a nightmare to get immediately.
Yeah, so what is it? We've got stairs boss, ladder boss, and triangle boss.
It's not too bad, but it does start to eat at you a little bit because you're just like, man, I am in the right spot. Forget you, game. You're cheating.
If I could genuinely make a quality of life improvement for any game out there, don't make me press and hold a button for several seconds to interact with something. It's just infuriating.
I don't even understand. It like makes sense when you're doing like the high five at the end of the highway, but like everywhere else, it's just obnoxious. And there's no story reason for it. Just, Cloud's arms too weak? Question mark? Like, what? I'm carrying a 300 pound
I
sword.
carry around these huge swords all day for fun, but oh, I need some effort to pull that lever.
Every one of his swords, like, if you throw it in Blender and just assume it's steel, are hundreds of pounds. The funny thing is, Buster Sword's actually the lightest, because they changed its design to make it a lot thinner. It's like, I think, just over 100 pounds. Mithril Saber being, like, the heaviest because of its design. Although, it's, you know, you have to assume weight. It's still pretty funny.
And that there, so, during cutscenes in this game, we skip by going to the pause menu and then selecting skip. That there, what you just saw is that those helicopters appear in the background, is the sole cutscene in the game, and this transferred over from PS4 to PS5, where pressing and holding triangle is faster. For some reason, the developers decided to let you press triangle sooner than they let you pause to skip the cutscene, so that just worked out that way.
Yeah, it's a really weird one. Hello? Yeah, anytime you want me to get out of combat, that'd be great, game. Thanks. This one right here is an unfortunate time loss. There's not much you can do about it. I was trying to one-shot the rats, but because the developers thought it would be really cute to give them an ability to summon additional enemies, it's really hard to one-shot them. If any one of the rats has taken a single bit of damage and then a rat dies, the other rats will most often activate Call to Arms, which just summons another wave of rats. So it makes all of these fights super annoying to deal with. I was trying to do a strat to like stun the rats so they couldn't activate Call to Arms, but one of them was out of reach, so it was a failed attempt. Later on, we'll use Sorcerer's Storm because it'll hit everything all at once, so it'll be super reliable. But the reason we were trying to get rid of all the rats was so that we didn't have to stand there and just roll the dice on the flea timer. Unfortunately, we can't just go push that crate. I actually was talking with one of the other runners about it the other day, and he was pretty sure you could push it and tested it himself, and that's not the case, unfortunately. If we had to walk all the way over to push the crate, it wouldn't be nearly as bad as having to wait to flip a switch that does nothing. So not only do we have to hold the button forever to flip the switch, but we also have to wait forever to flip the button to find out that it doesn't work.
You sure you want to fight?
So we don't have Tifa in the party right now, so as you can see, for the fights we're skipping, we're doing the whole rolling strat again.
Yeah, we want to avoid excessive rolling, because if we do combat movement too close to exiting combat, Cloud will stand still and put his sword away, rather than keep continually moving forward. So we're just trying to avoid that as much as possible to minimize time loss.
Earlier in the game, you saw us do the monkey bars in the church. And because the developer spent time creating the monkey bars and the whole concept, guess what? They decided we needed to do it some more. So some more monkey bars. And these monkey bars, the second set in particular here, can be a bit of a pain depending on the camera angle you get. Sometimes the movement can be a bit obnoxious.
I find the first ones to be like the most infuriating, because it's this very, very tight angle of up forward that's like probably like a couple of degrees on the thumbstick. As long as you can find it in the first one, you're fine, as long as you don't move the thumbstick. But yeah, that it's very deceptive. It looks like it's super easy, but you actually have to hold like 10, 15 degrees like to the right of up to hit that movement fluidly. This game is very picky whenever it comes to anything you interact with. It's very weird how precise they made some of the interactions in this game, given how sloppy the AI is in combat.
Don't forget about the Turks.
I often criticize the AI in this game, but it's mainly because like it's designed that way to want you to switch characters, but like the AI is just a. It's just yeah.
I would also like to just say that while we are pointing out small flaws and sillinesses in this game, it is a fantastic game.
Oh, I do love
a lot
it.
of people,
It's not that
a lot
bad,
of people
as I say.
don't. Yeah, we find all of these little annoyances because we do this repeatedly. But as a casual player, you're not going to experience all of these because you're enjoying yourself and just experiencing the story. For us, when we go really into the nitty gritty, that's when we find these little intricacies. But I just love this game. I actually need to redo a casual playthrough so that I can enjoy all of the cutscenes again, because I never get to see them. So the sets just disappeared for a second. This is one of those cutscenes that's completely unskippable. So we just get to stand here and watch Scarlet. When you talk about Midgar control here, you know the Shinra have over, well, she just taps a button on her phone and takes over a TV feed. You know, that's a cool technology. You know, I'm wondering how many governments in the world would love that one.
Yeah. So this is like a set cutscene. There's like 3 places where we get a free bathroom break, and this is one of them. Unfortunately, they're kind of lopsided. There's 2 within like 30 minutes of each other, like an hour and a half into the game. So one at 1:30, one at... It actually should be closer, like 1:25, but the early chapters were so rough that... actually, I'd say it's like a 1:27, 1:26 is a good entry time here. So, be a little bit behind. We've seen so many weird things today. The chapter 1 was pretty rough behind... just like having to redo that final segment is such a massive time loss. Yeah, if you guys have any like donations or anything you want to talk about with the marathon, now's a good time because we're just kind of chilling, waiting to be able to actually do stuff.
Well, no problem there. Just kind of wanted to let everybody know again, this is Speed Gaming Spring Marathon that's benefiting No Kid Hungry there. If you're wanting to get a little bit more information, go ahead and type in !NKH in the chat, or look at the Twitch profile. Go to speedgaming.org/NoKidHungry works as well. Got a list of prizes, donation incentives, and kind of pushing one big incentive right now. We've got stairs versus elevator. Still sitting there. We're still sitting with $50 on the stairs right now. If everybody wants to change that, go ahead. Make sure get your donations in.
So it's like a 7.5 minutes of cardio. So if you want to see more action, less stairwells, take the elevator. But if we take the stairs, it's no biggie. I'm ready to
tell you what, I'll put the $51 in so that you can try and come in under estimate.
I would need that help at this point for sure. Man, run's not been too bad. Just a little bit of a very, very not generous Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, or a pretty bumpy start. Everything's been pretty solid outside of that.
Hello, Aerith. Popular as ever, I see.
This game can be kind of up and down. The thing is, like, when you see that stuff in Chapter 1, it's frustrating, but you can pretty easily just hit the reset button and not lose too much time to it. It's just it's unfortunate that it happens in a marathon. There's not much you can do about it. I don't think I found ways to like soft lock the game, but mainly it was in loading screens. Whenever it would go to load something, it would soft lock. I've never had it soft lock in battle before, actually. Now I'm thinking about it.
Since I'm so generous.
I mean, I guess
no, that was entirely new.
I literally,
I'm still trying to theory in my head what you did to cause it.
Sorry to make you. Don't be. Well,
the other day, I somehow managed to hit the PlayStation menu when I needed to do something, and like I needed to cancel it out so that I could actually like participate in combat, and ended up getting killed for it. I'm like, how did I even hit the PlayStation button here? It's right in between the thumbsticks, and there's no reason your thumb should be there. My hands find the goofiest ways to mess up, and I'm just like almost impressed with how silly I manage to mess things up sometimes. It's like, wait, what? How'd you do that? That's impressive. But yeah, luckily self-destruct here kind of minimizes the boss fights. we're using Wind Elemental. It would be, or not Wind Elemental, but Lightning Synergy and Thunder Magnify. That's a lie. I should be using Lightning Synergy because I need it for the next chapter. But I'm Boomer, so we're sticking with Wind Synergy to simplify the Rude boss fight. And Lightning Magnify for everything else. There's a lot of machines that have a really, really, really chunky HP bars. So we need Lightning to get through stuff here pretty quick. Luckily, Aerith's magic damage is power overwhelming +2. So she can nuke just about anything with a tier 2 spell. The game goes through peaks and valleys. I'd say like chapter 7 is a peak in difficulty, and then once we get Aerith, it drops back down until we hit like chapter 11. So it's nice that we kind of get a reprieve there, and then it starts like kind of going up and down in difficulty. The thing is, Aerith's attacks are fully based on magic unless you physically hit something with your rod. So magic ups, like even casually, should go on her anyway. It's surprising how much, you know, permanent berserk, which gives you a 30% damage bonus, and 50% magic bonus can impact your DPS.
People used to give these to declare their loyalty to
So this bit here is one of those little in-game sections where depending on the colour of the flowers you pick, it's actually going to change the colour of the picture of flowers in a second. So the three different that you can get, so there's white flower, you would get Moogle. There's yellow flowers, you'd get Chocobo, and there's green flowers, you'd get Cactuar. And yeah, that's just one of those little in-game things that you can do as a nicety. We always pick the same ones because they're the fastest ones to grab 3 of and just keep going.
Yep. You could also pick one of each, which I'm sure a lot of people did casually, and you get a little flower instead.
What do you say?
But it's a neat little thing. Usually, if I remember correctly, in the PS4, it like was really weird, and the camera angle didn't display properly, so you'd never get to see any of those for the most part, because it just wouldn't show you it unless you looked at it manually. You'd never see it.
Yeah, and the Final Fantasy Relay, which is a kind of a big Final Fantasy speedrun race. I remember the 3 teams agreed that they'd all pick the colours of their teams. And Team Thornbury decided nope, because it was slower and they were behind, so they just didn't bother.
I'll save that 2 seconds, thank you very much. Yeah.
Like, how come I'm behind and my flower's the slowest flower, I'm not doing it? And just like, really?
Well, it is what it is. I'm hoping that maybe we can get enough hard runners to be in the relay next time. So one downside is hard has a pretty wide variance right now. Like, even in second place, I'm several minutes behind in Strife, because he's just so strong at this game. I don't really know if Strife like practices a lot off stream, but he definitely is very good at routing this game. A lot of my route apes a lot of his strats. Thankfully, he's been very forthcoming and helpful in like learning this stuff. A lot of these fights are super tight on ATB. Some of my older routes are a lot better for beginners, so there's a lot more leftover ATB so you can recover just in case you do the wrong thing here or there. And has a lot of extra MP as well. But this hard mode route is very challenging to execute properly. There's luckily, because all the fights are 100% consistent in terms of like they're always there. For the most part, RNG isn't too terrible. It really is when you get to endgame where enemies start having like way too much HP or having dodge moves or guard moves is when it starts getting hard to consistently get through everything 100% of the time, super duper fast.
I used to. So where's?
Okay, so all of this running around and stuff we've been doing for the last what seems like an eternity in this area where not a lot's happened. Is basically us being introduced to Aerith, introduced to the kids of the slums, us going to Aerith's mum's house, us then leaving Aerith's mum's house, and the kids then saying there's some kids in trouble. So we're currently going to try and help the kids, which means we're back into doing some little combats. The quickest strats here again, as always, just take them out as fast as possible. We're using Sorcerer Dom here because it's got a nice AoE effect, which takes out big groups. And again, you know, otherwise, you know, on some strategies you would use Magnify Magics again.
Yeah, Magnified Wind can one-shot the rats without triggering Call to Arms, but it's a can, not 100%. Sorcerer Storm should one-shot them all unless one of them, like, literally runs away from you. Easy. That's part of the... Uh-oh.
Mind backing off a bit?
Okay.
You got them. It's cool. Relax. Just breathe. You're doing great.
Disorder it is. Yeah. Disorder wasn't actually meant to hit there. It was meant to cause a wind synergy. Why'd that... Whatever. This fight's weird. This game's weird. Everything's weird.
So this fight is a bit annoying because you're going to get some extra smoggers just deciding to wake up and have a go at you. And it's awkward because they don't always come in at the same times, and you know they take a while to wake up, so you can't always damage them down really fast. And it's just annoying. But there we go, that's them dead. That was pretty
bad.
good, actually.
I was trying to get one of my wind synergy to hit the hedgehog as it jumped up, but I switched to Aerith a little bit too early there, so I accidentally canceled it instead of retargeting it. Right here, if we save load as the boys going up the ladder here, both Aerith and the girl will jump on it immediately and save a pretty big chunk of time. It's a nice little save load, because otherwise they take a long time to climb. And
We've also got another section here where we just disappear because we don't want to be in the combat. We want to be continuing to run, so we just have Aerith end the combat for us.
Yeah, because we have the kids here, we move so incredibly slow. We want to do as much combat movement as possible there, so we delay the thunder as much as possible until we're to the next interaction point, so that we can avoid this movement speed.
So the kids' voice lines going along here, they kind of grate on you a wee bit. They're cute when you're doing your casual playthrough, but there's only so many times you can hear "Isn't that right, Cloud?" in a really high-pitched voice before you just want to bang your head off a desk.
Pretty much. Yeah, at some points I just tune it out and I'm not even thinking about it anymore. I actually usually practice without my headphones on, so most of the time I don't even listen to audio cues. It's a little bit different because I have my audio tweaked in a really awkward way to make blindfolded Rufus more reasonable. I need to hear the sound effects of the specific sword hits and grunts so that I reliably won't get shot. Rufus is actually like a pretty straightforward fight. I can do it without changing the menu that I have to, but having all the stuff I need on shortcuts will make it much more reliable. Normally we would tactical menu a couple of the inputs, but because it's not reliable to tell where you are in the menu, it's a bit risky to do it without the shortcuts.
Don't worry. I always
and doing it with tactical menus, so I'm gonna opt to not do that. This next fight's a really interesting one. Rude here will try and punch us if we hit him. If we hit him with a special attack, anything that consumes ATB, we'll knock him on his back foot and he won't punch back. So we're going to go out of our way to hit him immediately with a regular hit just to bait out that counter. Swap into Punisher stance, and Punisher's intended to be high damage, slow movement, and it swaps out your guard for a physical counter move that greatly reduces the damage. So we're actually baiting out his counter to counter it with another counter. Counter. And then we're going to follow up with ATB boost into a self-destruct while he's getting flung over our head by the arrow synergy. Watch and be amazed at the flying Rude dude.
Enjoy the ride.
Disorder is intended to trigger that arrow synergy there, which will fling him towards the caster because he's weak to wind here. Oh, cool. We got a free limit. Nice. That'll speed things up a little bit. What?
Yeah, you got a free limit, but I'm convinced also that Rude has a free supply of sunglasses.
I mean, I do. I've got like 5 to 10 in my house. My freaking dogs keep picking them up and eating them. So I'm with Rude on this one. I don't know if I carry more than 2 at a time, unless I forget one on my head. Oh, where'd my sunglasses go?
I'm convinced that if Rude was to open his jacket, he has like a dozen pairs hanging in there.
Literally the Resident Evil 4 merchant with just sunglasses instead.
Yes, absolutely.
What's your point, stranger?
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, you can't skip a cutscene right there. Now I can skip it.
The one thing that's never explained is how come in all of this total carnage that is these slums, does Aerith's mum own this amazing house?
Yeah, this house is like, I didn't realize like she got like VA benefits or whatever from
You're
her
leaving?
husband dying in the war.
Sorry.
I guess
It's
that's
civil.
what
What is
happened
it
here.
exactly?
I don't know, man.
Promise me.
This like she's had the house forever, so I guess her husband must have built it.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, the garden and stuff in this area.
Oh,
I
it's
think this was
impressive,
one of the
yeah.
first points when I was playing this casually when I walked into this scene and just saw how beautiful
Oh,
that area was that I just stopped
mhm.
and just looked around and enjoyed the scenery.
Yeah, I remember like looking at the water and actually being like impressed that it looked as good as it did. Because some games like water can just look awful, and right there it perfectly complements all like the lighting and the flowers and grass in that entire area. It's super cool. For OG players, you may remember you get a cover materia there. Cover really can't work in this game because the character would jump in front of the other. So I believe it's changed out for an MP up, or Provoke is basically the swap for cover, but it's actually quite
See
bad.
the sky.
What Provoke does will make all the enemies aggro to that character. I believe if one of yours is in crit, but it will only aggro normal enemies. Bosses will ignore Provoke completely, so it's quite useless. The only way you can ensure somebody else takes damage for somebody else in a boss fight is Barrett using Life Shaver, or Life Saver actually, and he'll just
You shave away your life.
I mean, I always kind of think of it that way. I think what it actually is called is Avalanche Spirit, and it just has like a really weird translation. But basically, he'll take the damage and then heal the other characters back based on it. So the character does take the damage initially, so if they die from it, it's over. But he'll heal back the amount that he took instead. It's really weird. It's kind of an interesting gimmick, but it messes with limit gain based on like damage taken, so you really don't want to use it. Same thing with like barrier and M barrier. Casually, they're good to use, but not really good for speed run.
So while Sid takes out this trash as we go through here, this area is called the Collapsed Expressway. Now, what we're doing right now, storyline-wise, is Aerith decided that we are too at risk to travel alone because we might get lost in when we live in a city that's a circle and not understand where we needed to go to get from 5 to 7. Probably enough you go through 6.
To be fair, he might as well be Zoro. Like, Cloud has no idea where he's going. And because of how overwhelmingly powerful Aerith is, I'm not gonna say no to her help. Not even close.
I mean, there is that, but at the same time, Aerith's directional skills aren't the best because this shortcut we're going is the longer route.
Shortcut.
And it's all to try and set up an area we're approaching soon, which is legendary in the Final Fantasy VII history wall market. But we'll discuss that more when we get there. For now, there's these silly hand kind of gimmicks, which I think if there had been 2 of them, it'd have been fine. But there's several of them, and on the speedrun they slow us down and they just grate on us. But there's nothing really difficult about this area. There's some trash mobs that appear. We just make sure that we take them out as quickly as possible. We're not really having to, use too much MP to deal with them right now. There's some more important fights coming up in the Colosseum, and when we get to those ones, those are far more interesting, shall we say. But right now we're just having to get through this area.
Yeah.
Remember, folk, this is the shortcut.
Yeah. The shortcut is actually getting out of bounds in Chapter 8 and then just walking all the way to Wall Market and ignoring literally everything between here and there.
Yeah, if I pick back this game up on New Game Plus Easy was the category I tended to run, but I always liked doing the skips. I haven't really ran the game since it came out on the PS5. For Integrate, I really should pick it back up and have a go at it and try and see how I can do on the PS5 skips.
I mean,
because
to be fair, like early on, the PS5 skips just straight up didn't exist for like a half a year to a year. It took us a while to rediscover how to do the skips because initially you could just like SD everyone down to 1 HP and then like kill your whole party and if you did it while you were in flee with your lead character, you could just get infinite flee, so you could walk around with combat movement the whole time. In this version, I'm assuming they fixed it because of the Yuffie DLC, because Sonon sacrifices himself to revive Yuffie immediately, so it probably accidentally activated, and they realized it was an issue.
Yeah, I don't think any of us were actually surprised that they patched that one, because the way we used the revival E-rings to get that glitch, it was something that we realized very early on in the PS4 discovery phase, that it was a glitch that you could come across as a casual player. And I think a lot of us were actually amazed that the PS4 version wasn't patched either. I was amazed that that game was left alone as long as it was, but we then discovered that the reason why was they were focused on Integrate by this point.
They're basically just putting a 2.0 patch on it, more or less. A lot of the changes in the Yuffie DLC, I think, were made just to make it simpler. There were a few enemies that were
Not
buffed
too fast, okay?
going into Integrate, I think literally just for the assess mission. Because even new game runners that ran easy would have to upgrade the difficulty to normal so they could actually do the assess mission on the enemies and assess, I think, like 3 times or assess 3 different enemies without accidentally killing them.
Yeah,
So-
it's assessed 3 different weaknesses, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, like, the problem is like, in easy, you would just raffle stomp everything and you wouldn't have the ATB to assist. The reason I have ATB is because of First Strike. Otherwise, it's completely random how much ATB you start with.
Get ready.
So yeah, just to go into what First Strike materia does, First Strike guarantees you, once it's at Master, half your ATB bar. So we can always start knowing that we will have 1 ATB, and the amount of ATB you have outside of that is random. It can be as little as 10%, or it can be as much as about 58%.
It can actually be 0, because I've started some fights where I only had the First Strike ATB. It's very rare that it's 0, but it does happen.
No.
So that's what we mean by different strategies. When you keep repeating a boss fight over and over and over again, you do quickly learn how variable that can be. And you learn that some strategies will work if you immediately start with good ATB or bad ATB. And what we mean by that is, are you close to having a second one straight away or not?
Yeah. Because we have access to maxed out Skillmaster, ATB Assist, and ATB Stagger, we can usually find some very cheeky ways around having bad ATB. Disorder and First Strikes activations are usually part of that. Unfortunately, in later boss fights, we can't really afford to have use a lot of low impact moves like that, because Disorder and First Strike do give ATB back, but they are very soft in terms of damage. So it's not best to spam them, especially since a lot of bosses either get resistance to magic or will reflect spells, so it can be very high risk to Aerith, and or she won't be able to do enough damage to make it worth spamming synergy activations. Yeah, I don't necessarily hate the hand minigame. It is fairly slow paced, but it's pretty consistent as long as you're, like, somewhat paying attention. 1, 2, 3. The one I hate more is the pump minigame. The fact that
we don't talk about pump minigame.
The fact that that's unskippable is unjustifiable, to be honest. Especially when they let you skip the motorcycle minigame. I'd rather do the motorcycle minigames, honestly. They're much harder, but at least they require some sort of skill set outside of just mash button and then flick down on thumbstick and pray.
So this section here, this group of hands here, and again, these hands were in the OG. What we're going through right now, it's amazing how much of this game was one scene in the original 7.
Literally,
so this entire area was one window.
One background, that's it.
And they turned it into a 20-minute tunnel with mini-game interactions.
Yeah. This right here is normally where you find Magnify. New game runners won't grab it here because it takes like 2 or 3 minutes to pick up. Fun fact, since I'm pretty sure everyone would grab it because they see a blue materia and they're like, those are really powerful, I'm gonna get that. The materia will actually drop on your path in Chapter 13 after the plate falls. Because you're not actually able to get back here. So they make Magnify pretty much unmissable.
Yep. So the new game runners, they all pick it up in chapter 13. The 2 to 3 minutes, I can't remember how long it is, but it's about that it costs. They don't earn back by using it, so they just rooted it
You
out
don't get
between
enough
chapters 8 and
ATB to
13.
like get enough extra damage off of getting it earlier. You do get it to level 2 a bit sooner, but the extra damage is not impactful enough from what I understand. The other thing too is like
this is the triangle hold that makes sense.
Oh yeah, this one right here I can agree with because Cloud's like hesitant. So like story wise, this makes sense. Everywhere else, it's like, why? This is literally a switch that Cloud could probably flick with one finger. Why are we like sweetly caressing it and asking it to activate instead of just activating it? It's so weird.
Okay, sweetly caressing while we swear at it, I'd like to point out.
Pretty much, yeah. Why is this
Yes,
like
this
this? Who signed off on this? Why do you hate us?
Okay, so the cutscene we've just skipped there showed Tifa en route to Wall Market. And she is going to do something and we're not sure what, so we're going to run after her and try and find out. And this section of the game is, for me, it's incredible. There was a huge worry over how Square would handle Wall Market. I think it's all known, the cross-dressing scene in the original game. There was some dubiousness on Honeybee Inn's role in the original game, and what they have done in this game, particularly for those who are in the LGBT community like myself, I think it was amazing. I love what it did. I love how they handled it. I love that they embraced it, and turning it into a cabaret club I think was a fantastic decision by Square. So yeah, I just want to say thank you to them again for that. It really meant a lot to me how they've done this section.
Yeah, even as a cis person, it was a really good way that they handled things, and like even with the like it being kind of stigmatized, like it just shows how far Cloud is willing to go for his companions and Tifa specifically. So like it really does need to be here, and it's really very nice because like the original one, the scripting was kind of ham-handed, at least in the English port, so it definitely wasn't handled the way it probably should have been. And I'm very happy that they kept it in. It's a really big moment that like shows how much Cloud actually cares, even though he acts aloof. So it's a really early story point that kind of pushes him that one extra step further from just being kind of an indifferent, aloof character like Squall, or at least like a lot of people call Squall.
Duly noted. Thanks for the info.
But I think it really just like actually gives a good character moment. That's the one thing I love the most about the remake is I feel like the character moments, the story beats, their interactions are just like pushed up to 10. Like, very rarely do I feel like it's not worth my time to listen to what they have to say. Obviously, in a speedrun, I have to mash through it, but I've played through this game, like, 4 times, normal, then hard, and I did it again when the PC version came out, did normal and then hard again, and I really do love the story. I know that some people are kind of off-put by the changes they made, but the OG still exists. It doesn't have to be deleted by this, so it doesn't need to be mutually exclusive in their existence, in my opinion. But I feel like it's a really, really good game. The combat is super solid. This is probably one of the best action games I've played in forever. I really love it. It's so rewarding to have the tightness of the combat here. There are some things like lock-ons and a few other things where the game kind of doesn't want you to win. But as long as you're aware of it, the thing is, a lot of this stuff doesn't come up casually. So it's just speedrunners complaining about creating their own monster for the most part. So I'm very aware of that, but sometimes it gets a little annoying with how silly the game will be. Like, oh, you cast a spell? Oh, are you sure you didn't want to set the wall on fire? No, I think I wanted to hit the big turtle monster in front of me. Pretty sure that's what I wanted.
Okay, so this section of the game here, there's different questions we're being asked by Madam M and by Chocobo Sam. What we're doing right now is we want to get into Don Corneo's mansion. You're only allowed into Don's Cornea's mansion if you're one of the 3 girls he's looking at to pick that evening. So we're trying to get Aerith an invite to get in, and more accurately Cloud's still trying to work out how to get in. But there's a kind of a fork in the quests coming up here where you either get Madam M's subquests or you get Chocobo Sam's subquests, and these all depend on the answers that Sid has been giving so far. And we've got this routed in so that we always will get Madam M's quests, and the reason for that is it literally saves you 30 seconds of running towards Chocobo Sam and back, because what's going to happen shortly is we're going to leave Madam M's mansion, turn back round and walk straight back in. And it just saves us time because we don't have to worry about but in this area of the game you also get Johnny showing back up and expanding on the Johnny character a lot more, and again, as we've said a few times now, we just love the character expansion, and that's something I would also say is that this game doesn't delete the original, as you said, and I don't also view this game as incomplete yet. A lot of people say they won't play it until all of the parts are out, and I think you're missing out on an experience just now.
No, X for that one, definitely not.
The game is very much, it stands very well on its own. Because Midgar is very a self-contained area, it does feel like a full game. It does have a nice beginning, middle and end. It feels like it's got flow. I can see that I might be worried that part 2 may feel like it's not going to stand on its own because you're coming in the middle of a story and you know that there's still another part to come, but I'm hoping Square will handle that, but we'll see how that comes when it comes. But this definitely stands on its own as a story. This is a whole game in its own right, and I love it for it.
Okay, we want to save load here because Aerith's dialogue is actually what keeps the elevator from going down. It would theoretically be best to like push to the top of the elevator door, but I find that for whatever reason moving in the elevator makes the menu take longer to load, so you usually hear 2 lines of Aerith's dialogue instead of 1. So I hold still unless she does her second line.
So this is the Colosseum, and this is the fights where we are trying to impress, because we need to earn a dress. Now, that
dress I've ever seen in my life.
Try not to get yourself.
Yeah, so there's 3 dresses you can get for Aerith. There's also 3 for Tifa. There's 3 for a certain Cloud as well. The dress is supposed to cost us 1 million gil, and we're not supposed to have 1 million gil. I'm sitting with about 2 million on my New Game Plus save. You're sitting with 3. The game doesn't let us just buy the dress to move on. We still just have to continue with the storyline.
It would be nice, but like the Hell House fight is unironically pretty fun once you figure out how to break it.
The Hell House fight is one of the quintessential fights of this game. The Hell House fight is the perfect example of them taking a character or an enemy or a moment from the original game and turning it into something spectacular.
Yeah, they definitely turned it up to 11 on that boss fight. Hell House can be incredibly dangerous too, because he can summon Tonberries, which can one-shot you. He can also summon Cutting and Sweepy as well. We're not going to let Hell House do that, but I just figured I'd mention it because it's kind of cool that it can work that way.
Yeah, Hell House on hard mode is very much a materia and level check moment. A lot of players, when they're playing through hard, aren't playing at max level because they are playing through after their first playthrough of New Game. And so you aren't quite as ready as you think you are. You're not as strong as we are right now until you max everything out. And so yeah, Hell House can be quite a challenging fight, especially when you're not prepared for the changes they made to it between New Game and New Game Plus, where you do get those extra phases added to the fight. And if you take too long, they'll show up and kick your butt.
It's not your turn.
Yeah. I think it was like around chapter 10, 11, 12 where I started getting towards like New Game Plus levels, because the thing is they limit the amount of like weapon points you get, so you can't max out your weapons completely, no matter how sly you're being about it.
And this fight here is the reason why we call them Cutty and Sweepy instead of Cutter and Sweeper. And although they're named still Cutter and Sweeper when you hover over them for the fight here, although as you can see we're using some thunders and taking care of them quite nicely. If you were to look up at the board and see them being talked about, I don't know if we can, there you go, Cutty!
Yeah.
And the other one is called Sweepy. So yeah, those belonged to Chocobo Sam, and we've just wiped them out. So for some reason, he's still going to like us, even though we just took out, his, favorites. And yeah,
here. It may look like I'm memeing, but Buster Sword is actually optimal on this boss. I'll be using it on Sephiroth too as just a fun strat. As usually, Hard Edge would be faster, but I don't know that route, so.
And this is Hell House. So Hell House is an elemental fight. You've got to worry about the elements that Hell House is in different phases. He will do different things. So to straight off the bat, he always starts in fire. So you saw we used a blizzard to get through the first phase. Now, as you can see, there's a summon bar appeared at the right. We don't want to ever use our summons. We only have summon materia on our characters because they give us stat boosts. It is possible to accidentally cast summons. If we do that, that's a big F, because they are very slow. Hopefully we don't even have to fight long enough to get to that point. The Hell House in this point here is very much he will charge at you with everything that he's got. We are looking to get his pressure bar up as high as possible, and before he goes out to God. And then we've got to take out these arms so that we can get back through to him. And there we go, we've got the stagger, nuke him down, get into a phase change.
I must have cancelled the Blizzard synergy there. Did not go the way intended, but luckily limit doesn't matter here. I accidentally switched because I was trying to tactical menu, and it ate the input, and instead it gave me a character swap because all my character swaps are bound to the D-pad. Up, down, left, right, all of it switches the other color. Did I?
And this bit here, we're watching to see what color he ends up.
I don't even know. That's really annoying. Already have fire up. That's super bad. Normally you want to stay on Cloud long enough. Hello? Thank you for eating those inputs. Normally you want to stay on Cloud long enough so that the game will target him with the chairs. But I guess I managed to switch early enough so that it retargeted Aerith instead. I guess it's going to be one of those runs where everything's just a little bit jank.
Well, the final phase of that fight there, you saw we were waiting before we cast fire. The reason for that is we were looking at the colour of the windows on Hell House, and those colours dictate what element that Hell House is at that moment. So it was white, so that meant he was ice, so we wanted to use fire against it. He can go the other elements, and then you just need to make sure you use the correct opposite for it. If, like me, you are on that fight, and I don't think I will ever live this down in the community, so much so that I actually have an emote for this. I have healed Hell House by casting the same element he is on him, and I've put him back up to half health.
I've done that too.
I didn't just do it once, I did it 2 runs in a row.
I don't think I've done it twice in a row. I've probably done it like 3 or 4 times total. I just, the thing is, with hard mode, we often like shuffle our shortcuts around because sometimes it's like, wait, I don't need this anymore. So you end up replacing it with a different move. So unless you're paying 100% attention, especially in that case, like you want to be looking at your shortcuts before you hit the button. Because like Fire and Blizzard are in different spots. The one that's really dangerous is actually when he goes Wind. Because I have Thundaga on, not Thundera. So if I don't cast it near immediately, Hell House will drop on Aerith and just one-shot her. That's the worst part about healing him. Is he'll drop on Aerith if you have her, or Cloud, whichever at that point. One-shot them, and then we'll put the God Mode shield up, and you're basically boned there. With the God Shield, like, I did a really weird thing to get Hell House staggered, even with the God Mode shield up. Messed up the strat a little bit, luckily not bad enough to completely screw up the fight by accidentally switching to Aerith. But that God Mode shield, the way it's intended for you to interact with it is to break the arms. It'll put Hell House into pressure, and then you're intended to stagger from there. Usually you have to break both arms to get a stagger in hard mode. But we do a very specific setup to make sure that we can just stagger through the God Shield anyway. Because we force the game to carry over the pressure, because we do a very specific amount of damage. That's why Buster Sword is needed. Because we want the max amount of damage out of Aerith, but we need to balance Cloud's magic and physical damage to just a right tune so that we do enough damage to switch him to phase 3. But we don't do enough stagger to do the stagger in phase 2, so we carry over basically 99% of the bar. It's a really interesting strat.
And it's at this point in the storyline that Aerith comes up with the bright idea that to get Cloud into Don Corneo's mansion, he needs to dress up like a girl.
So the one thing here is we're going to go see Andrea. The 3 Dons are the ones that run the area underneath Corneo. Madam M is the one that gave Aerith her dress. Sam also already recommended Tifa, so Andrea is the only choice to get Cloud into the mansion as well. And because of all those fights, Andrea is actually pretty interested in us and has decided to help us out because he's seeing how far we're willing to go for our friend. So he's going to hook us up, but we're going to have to do a little dance for it, which is a nice little break I get to get here. So I can go sit in the corner and think about what I've done wrong.
Stage, the one in the back.
This is actually a really good break in the speed run. It's about halfway through for almost all categories.
Yep.
So it lets you take a nice breather, stretch a bit, and it gives you those few seconds. We don't actually have to interact with this dance at any point during it. It will just play out. But the tune is amazing, so I'm going to let you enjoy it, folks.
Come on, Cloud! Get into it!
Gotta take these stretch breaks when I get them. Don't come all that often. So we're reaching the back half of the game. We've got like 2.5 hours left. Yeah, 2.5. This run's not bad. Luckily, nothing catastrophic's happened, but I have seen a lot of weirdness. It is what it is with this game. No reset runs, it could get pretty bad if something super weird happens. Trick is just catching your footing and not letting it knock you too far off balance. Thanks everybody for hanging out, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the donations as well. But I can help charity out a little bit. So.
Do you want to help out the charity a bit more?
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Okay. How about I will give you $20 if you speak to Chadley on the way past here, because his voice line is just so good.
You know what? I haven't done that in forever. I am up and down for that 100%. Let's do it.
Hey, look at me!
I won't even
A lot
match
of
the
people-
dialogue.
A lot of people miss this dialogue because they don't realise you can still talk to some of the NPCs while Cloud's in a dress, and it's just some of the funniest dialogue in the game.
I'm gonna pull out a little bit boost here so we go a little bit quicker. Gotta be careful here, you have to wait for him to fully stop, or Aerith has a bunch of extra dialogue that'll waste you a bunch of time.
Not a word.
Not even one.
No.
But you're so pretty.
Chadley it is.
Remember, folks, we paid $1 million gil for that dress.
Yep.
Forgive me, miss, but the way you're staring at me is rather... Oh goodness!
I'm
Who is
experiencing
she?
an
I need to
emotional
learn
response.
everything about her.
What a near
Experiencing an emotional response.
response. A little bit of near automata, feels like.
Stop looking at other girls.
Yeah, there's also some great voice lines, but I'll leave that for people to discover themselves. At this section, if you speak to Johnny at the top of these stairs, you get some great voice lines, but I've got to leave something for the fans to go and do on their own.
Yep. See you, buddy. Now we have the most infuriating doors. The chain triangle. Well, actually, no, that's chapter 14. This one's not that bad. It's just this one. Chapter 14, when we come back here, we have to open each and every one of these doors
Here
by
you
holding
are.
triangle.
Is there a problem?
And you just like,
Oh, will be?
If you say so.
we're busting in here to get information. Why are we doing it so silently? Man, the weird thing here is, like, we've got to go through one of these doors here. Usually you don't want to touch the other ones because you get yelled at. There was one run where I just was, like, not paying attention and tried to open the first door for some reason. There's also one of the best accessories in the game here. We 100% need it for speedruns. Because
So what happens now?
it's the Fury Ring, which gives us a permanent Berserk. We can't Berserk our own party members because it's a debuff without glitching out the targeting system. So getting that is super important for the new game runs. I've already farmed 3, so we have 3 Fury Rings equipped in Goddard Rung. You can get 2 more by doing the VII super boss fight, but that's banned in most categories. Let's see here. Wait, what am I doing? Brain, please activate. There we go. Brain's EXE is back online. And then it should be fire. Yeah. Really awkward way to do that, but whatever. That's what I get for talking. My brain shuts off. That's still wrong. There we go, that's right.
Okay, chat, it started. Somebody's mentioned it. It's dangerous. Somebody says that Cloud is best girl. Let the debate begin. Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, or even maybe, I don't know, Jessie? Who's your best girl in this game? Come on, let's hear.
Barrett.
Let's
It's
open the
obviously
conversation.
Barrett, 100%.
Oh, Barrett is best girl,
Barrett's
absolutely.
Best girl. His cutscene,
Okay,
the
let's go
quote-unquote
rescue
date
Cloud.
that you get
Mayo's
is the best out of the 3, in my opinion. It really gives Barrett a lot more characterization and shows like how actually human he is. Because they make him like out to be kind of like a, you know, world warrior for like his cause. We're gonna have to do it this way. See? Wait, fire whiffed? Oh.
Worked up a good sweat.
Oh, that happened a lot differently than I thought it did. Yeah, if you bounce him up, Fire usually keeps him in the same place, but I got really unlucky and Fire hit the arch, which is very, very uncommon. That's, I call it floor ice. Sometimes the game is very generous and hits the environment for you, which basically makes your spell whiff. Very infuriating when it does happen. We want to Arcane Cloud here.
So this is one of those rare occasions where it happens. We get a boss fight and moment to load into a new chapter. So it also happened at the beginning of chapter 8 where we immediately had to fight Rude and Reno. And this time we get Absolute. We call this Absolute 1 because we're going to have to take 1 again later. And that was a great nuking down.
Yeah. It's 1 because it's 1 fight and he's done.
These tunnels are
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
you can lose a little bit of time there if you're a bit slow with your inputs. You can take a dip in water, which is like 10 seconds of time loss. But the thing is Synergy is overwhelmingly powerful when you also use Arcane
There should
Ward,
be a big waterway just up
which
ahead.
basically just like
Let's
doubles
find
your
out
damage
first.
output.
Lead the way.
Arcane Ward kind of like isn't described properly in the game either.
Got it all.
So the way that it works is it says it just casts the same spell, but that's
Keep
not
those gloves
quite
up.
correct.
Sure thing, coach.
So what it will do is it'll half the cost, half the damage, and I believe it also halves the stagger value. So it's a half power spell, but it doesn't cost ATB at all. Synergy, however, costs no MP or ATB in the integrate version because it's been buffed, I believe, for the UP DLC. I have no way to actually prove that, but that's the most logical answer. The game doesn't really like that, though, so every time you use an Arcane Ward activation on a spell that comes from Synergy, it costs 1 MP anyway. So we would normally be able to abuse... targeting got kind of wonky there. We would be able to abuse just spamming those spells and keeping the 20% damage bonus at max MP. The only way I can do that, though, is by Synergy Fire, Fire MP Absorb, unfortunately.
Hey, Cloud.
And it's not worth
Assuming Corneo
it,
was
in
still
my
alive,
experience, or my personal opinion, to
What do you
take
think she
MP
was
Absorb
doing?
off Cloud. It's just better to leave it on him.
they've gotta
You
have
lose,
an
like,
ending.
maybe a second in that fight,
I
because it
can't
takes,
imagine
like,
what it
you can
is.
spam
Destroying
fires
a whole
instead of
chunk the
fires
city
with
just
Cloud.
To get back at us doesn't make any kind of sense.
But for the most
Yeah.
part, like, Abzu is
can't
probably,
imagine any
like,
way to
the
profit
most
from it.
heinous example of Synergy
gonna
being
cost them a
extremely
fortune in
strat
the
warping.
Corneo's leaving.
Abzu 1 and Specimen are probably like
That's
the
a
biggest
power
examples.
generator, all right.
Thing is, at the end game, Synergy isn't quite as busted because a lot of enemies will either like
TNT.
drastically reduce
Over the
magic,
Mako reactor.
reflect, or absorb it. So it's not really like a win button. It does take a lot of skill to keep a character on Arcane Ward
Would you look at
and get those duplication casts out. It's not as free as you might think. Just like I may have mentioned earlier, it kind of blends together with how often I practice doing commentary. Whenever you tell the AI to do something, it loves to dodge roll before it does it. Even with Synergy, it will do that. So
That was something that really got brought in with the intergrade version. It never happened on the original.
Yeah, maybe 5-10% of the time they'd hop. Maybe. In this version, like 90-95% of the time they'll hop and then cast. And the worst part is they'll jump towards the target. So Aerith very much likes to go face first into rushdown attacks. That's why I've had to do a lot of really like awkward movement with Cloud to keep her from jumping face first
Wait a minute.
into Hell House, Hell House's rushdown,
Harder than
Let's
or
try to-
Rufus's,
we can do this.
Reno's ground wave. Root's ground wave, actually. So there's a lot of cases where like she can do a ton of damage, but if you don't set up the fight properly, Aerith can and will get herself one shot. Oh, that's super annoying. That's mega annoying.
Remember to respect the blue goo.
So what happened there is I cast Arrow too soon, and the game in its infinite wisdom targeted the one rat that I killed with Cloud's Fire there. So the Bluegill just, meh, I'm gonna survive. Luckily, no matter what, Tifa has binding warding for a later chapter, so she can't get, are you serious? She can't get put to sleep. That's an interesting way to lose time. Unfortunately, like, I tried to follow up with Aerith because she had ATB, but like I said before, the AI is very intelligent and will jump towards what it's casting at, so she just hopped straight into the sleep spine and got put to sleep immediately.
The blue goos use a bubble attack, and they can put your characters to sleep.
Yep.
Now, amusingly, for some of the glitches in the game, we used to actually want them to do that to us at various points, but not anymore.
Yeah, I could see why, for, like, out-of-bounds shenanigans to keep a character held still. Most of the time, like, sleep or the shock effect are super annoying, because they just stun lock you and they take forever to wear off, so it just slows things down. This run is so weird, I'm not even surprised at this point. We're just gonna see more and more weird stuff the longer it goes on. There's just runs like that sometimes, where the game is just like, has a bone to pick with you and it doesn't matter how good you want to play. The game wants you to play it bad. This ladder right here is super slippery in the PS4 version. It's fixed a lot better here.
I ran past it so many times. You'd think it would be a press hold and you'd run straight up, but no.
Nope, that ladder was straight up greased in the PS4 version. I don't know what, you could just slide right off that every single time. You'd have to like straight up just stop. The interactions in this game are really weird too, because like not only do you have to hold triangle for switching or door opening, but you also have to like be directly on with any interaction points like that for ladders. You have to be square, straight up with it. And if you try running into it too early, you'll just slide right off it. It's, I don't know why everything is so precise in this game, because combat can turn into a sloppy mess sometimes. This is one of the areas where I was talking about why are we sidling, because you can obviously walk in between the wall and this pipe right here. I don't know. I don't even know why there's just a giant pipe in the middle of the walkway. That seems like a really poor design, by the way.
I think we've reached a point where we don't question Shinra's design choices anymore.
Yeah, Shinra, like,
Black that's over.
I'm waiting for that to still happen everywhere else. Maybe Junon will have a bunch of weird stuff like that too. Who knows?
Yeah, Wutai will be excellently designed, everything will be perfect and in its place, and just Shinra made it, oh yeah, cobble that together out of rubbish.
Wutai can never be perfectly designed because Raps is at the end of it. Here's a boss that you have to fight with items after we janked all your materia. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, let's see how that goes. So I suppose we should catch up with what the storyline's actually doing at the moment right now, yeah?
I mean, it's a pump, so yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay, the pump minigame is terrible. I'll need to actually stay quiet during that bit. But just quickly before the pump minigame happens, when we met the Dawn, where he dropped us into the sewers, we got told that they are planning on taking out Sector 7 because they're going to do it by dropping the plate on it. So we are now trying to get back to Sector 7 as quickly as possible, but we've got to find our way out of this sewer sequence. And OG Final Fantasy 7, this is 2 scenes, and we're now having to do a whole 20-minute run through this area. But again, Shinra and their infinite wisdom, stuff doesn't work, so you're going to have to manually fix things, and that is involving Pump Minigame or BS Minigame.
Yeah, this is the most cursed minigame I've seen in a long time. I think, like, this would unironically be, like, half as bad if you could just use the D-pad, which you have to use for cutscene skipping. So that it's not like they haven't used the D-pad at all in the game. They just like, oh yeah, use the thumbstick here, because that makes sense. Okay, we're on the right time right now. The first 2 are pretty easy, but if you think about it too much, you can mess them up real simply and end up losing more time. And like that! It is what it is. That's what would have happened if I wasn't being a complete... Excuse me? Excuse me! Oh, I hit the giant button in the middle of the controller. That happens pretty often. Two, three, four. Oh, every time. Cursed minigame is cursed. Not even close. Sorry for those of you with faith. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really? I've had enough fun. Can I quit? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh! I can actually hit it right on the 4th try. Okay.
All right, I think that did it. Wonderful. Okay, let's.
As you can see, that is a section that you can lose time on and never gain time on. All of us at some point have a run where we get a 1-1-1 there, as we call it, where you get the 3 of them in their first try, and as soon as you've done that, any other attempt where you don't get that, you're just losing time and it does nothing but annoy you. The best way I ever saw that described, and it was by a non-speedrunner. There was I can't remember the person's name now, and it's really annoying because I want to give them credit. They did a YouTube video which was like taking the mick out of Remake and all the different oddities in it, and they described that section as BS minigame. And as far as I'm concerned, it's entirely accurate, and I have called it that ever since.
That minigame is super toxic. Because, like, if there was one thing... The thing is, you get nothing out of doing it right, and you lose everything by doing it wrong, basically. So it's fairly frustrating. This run was already, like, in a weird spot because of some of those earlier, like, soft-locking myself in combat menu somehow. So I kind of expected that. The thing is in their infinite wisdom, they just decided that the first one, every X press would give you a much more red, and then they decided to nerf that for the 2nd and 3rd round when it's already harder because the needle moves quicker. I don't know why that was the design choice, but it really makes this a lot more frustrating than it needs to be. And like I said, not being able to push down on the D-pad and getting an instant input versus like having a Denzo on a thumbstick is pretty awful design as well. I can only hope that they do away with any weird minigames like that in Rebirth. If it's a one-off mistake, it's fine, but if they keep it going, it's very frustrating.
I wonder if we'll get as far in Rebirth as where we get to the snowboarding section.
I want to
that's the
say
one
Northern
minigame.
Crater is like the logical endpoint.
Yeah,
that,
I think
especially since it's supposed to be split in two.
I think
I don't trust
I
the game.
can't wait to see how they do the whole that minigame, because that was a huge minigame. In fact, it got its own mobile release.
It straight up cannot be any worse than the pump minigame. I would imagine it'll probably be pretty similar to the bike minigame and controls and stuff. The bike minigame, like, since you have to fight off... Probably will be, actually, because you'll probably have to fight off soldiers or something for some reason. That'd be weird if they just, like, copy-pasted the bike minigame and just swapped out the motorcycle for a snowboard. I could see them doing that, actually. So cursed. That's an awful idea. Please don't do that, Square.
No, I'd like to say I have faith in Square not doing that, but at the same time, I have every faith they would try that first.
Also, notice clouds sinking below the map here. Game is really weird.
No turning back.
The map is but a suggestion to this game, for the most part.
Especially if you're playing the category with skips.
Yeah. Hopefully I can hit the save load in 11 to, like, somehow survive this, weirdness, but I'm not betting on it.
This chapter, again, is a one-scene wonder that has been expanded out, and I think it's been expanded out rather well. There's a couple of cool boss fights added to this section. You get to see more of the giant graveyard that is this train graveyard.
The area isn't that bad. A lot of people like levy heavy criticism against the sewers in the train graveyard. I think it makes sense for it to be as long as it was, and it was like just really short because like it doesn't make sense that that area would reach to the pillar platform as quickly as it did. Honestly, the only umbrage I take with it is like this entire building right here is cursed. You can cast spells instantaneously in some fights, but you shouldn't be able to. You get your MP back if you kill the enemies quickly enough, and the boss itself, belies the logic of every other boss. Most bosses, when they're pressured, will stand still and stop attacking. Ghost here, takes it as a suggestion and continues, slapping you in the mouth. It's very frustrating.
I would like to point out that there's an upcoming boss here that hard mode runners particularly hate more than anybody else. I think they might have a legitimate reason, because for everybody else, in every other category of speedrun, there is a nice quick instant kill, and they don't have it.
I was trying to go for the save load there, but I was way late there. I wasn't even close. What I was trying to do was set up a visual cue, so I had an idea if I did open the menu close to the right time, so I didn't waste time save loading. If you do hit it, this train car will open immediately, so I could just run straight in here. But yeah, Ghoul, normally, you hit it hard enough with a physical attack, and it goes red and becomes weak to magic. At that point, any other category can just elixir and transition to the next phase. For us, we have to have enough ATB to burn it down with magic. The easiest way to deal with this is to use cure spells, but that's slow. Because putting healing on Aerith is kind of a waste of time. We want her MP to be used on killing things faster with actual black magic, not healing, and Ghoul's the only thing weak to it. I've actually gone out on my way to give Cloud healing very, very early on, once we got Aerith, specifically for this fight, just in case it goes sideways. Theoretically, Tifa and Aerith should solo this fight, but that's not always the case if you make some minor mistakes, or Ghoul backs up out of your Tempest. Tempest is a super strong move that you can charge with Triangle, but the first time I should have used it on Hell House. The game wasn't having none of it because I accidentally switched early and got her targeted by the chair, so I couldn't charge it properly without just getting infinited by chairs over and over again. Luckily, I had enough damage, so it didn't really matter. There we go. So,
yeah, small tips here though if you're on your casual playthrough. This is a classic undead or ghost trope from the Final Fantasy games. These guys are all weak to healing. And all of these ghosts around here, if you just throw a phoenix down at them, they're dead. So if you're on your casual playthrough and you want to do it a wee bit quicker, yeah, just use items.
And healing's a lot more MP efficient too, because the cost is way lower when you're on Kurikuriga. But right here, I'm actually like abusing Tifa and Aerith being afraid of the enemies here. Because the game kind of gets bugged out and will let them instantly do a spell as long as I tactical menu it there. And because the game is like, why did I take your MP? It gets confused and then gives it back. So I exit this area with near full MP. In this case, I have full because I grabbed an MP crate earlier. You really don't need to do that, but Aerith does get an extra 20% damage at max MP. So I have it just in case I mess up the first phase. That extra 20% damage will put me in a position where I'm not going to totally get railroaded if I screw things up. This fight
I was confused there for a second because you didn't do the skip setup, because I'm so used to seeing it there.
Yeah. It's actually, you can save a second by doing that fight, but it's all Lee RNG. Actually, what am I doing? It's really awkward. Sir. We want to delay the uppercuts because we're waiting for Tempest to do a majority of the damage there. Tempest actually hits really hard and builds a ton of ATB. It's a really strong move if we have enough time to charge it and have enough time to wait for it to explode. It'll put us in much better positions. Here we need at least 2 casts with Aerith, so waiting for Tempest there is optimal, despite what it may seem. Clean fight. Nice. Ghoul is normally my nemesis.
Far shower, double fire, perfect.
Yeah. You could double Star Shower there, but it actually does too much damage, and Ghoul just skips out on most of the damage. Star Shower, like I said, gives a 70% buff, but we have to do it kind of backwards there, or else it'll dip out and the Omni Strike will whiff. So it's just a little bit faster to do it that way. Omni Strike is basically a pre-charged True Strike is the easiest way to put it. You use Unbridled Strength to upgrade your Chi Charge. That will extend your normal combo, and it will also give you a different triangle move before you use Uppercut. You can charge it up twice to get Beat Rush, and then Omni Strike into Uppercut. Those will all increase the enemies like multiplier when they're staggered. But here, Omni Strike hits a little bit harder than True Strike, so it works out better because we can charge it in the first phase, rather than having to menu True Strike out.
Nothing you need to worry about.
Ghoul is just like a menace, though. No, that boss has probably ended more runs and more good runs than any other boss, unfortunately. There are some bosses where the ads in the fight are straight up RNG and can screw you over, mainly Specimen and or Abzu 2. But most of the boss fights are pretty fair and balanced, honestly.
It's moving. Maybe now we can get to the other side.
Let's go.
So, we're continuing now on to going with the second half, really, of this section, and there's just some more trash mods we need to take out while we're waiting on this turntable turning round. You can get, again, unfortunately, were rats, so you can accidentally call them more if you don't take them out right, but no, that was okay, we didn't get call to arms. And so, yeah, we're just moving on. These Cripshays, again, one decent hit. One of them chose to be awkward and sit off to the side.
It was my fault because I accidentally used arrow instead of arrow. That's why I immediately started swinging there. I knew this spell was going to under damage. You want to. The thing is, wind spells do have a pretty decent explosion radius, but it's a little bit smaller than fire and blizzard. So tier 1 wind will rarely multi-hit enemies. Tier 2 and tier 3, as long as you kind of like gauge it properly, will consistently multi-hit. So not only did I not do enough damage with arrow, but the hitbox was too small to hit that third Cripshay on the left side. Luckily I had enough ATB to just fire there. But I forgot about like the hitbox problem, or else I would have fired that
This
guy
is one of my
immediately.
most hated fights in the game. These two flying mobs.
That's actually why we have wind. We have wind for Eligor, but we have wind magnify because it's good on a lot of the fights. It will somewhat consistently stop call to arms, but because you have to wait for that turntable anyway, Even if they call the arms, you can usually wipe them out before you would be able to get across anyhow. But with Arrow or Magnify into Arrow Mag, we'll be able to wipe these guys out and just walk across to where we need to be.
So, for those who didn't play the OG, the Drakes on PS4 had a habit of liking to go out of bounds, and also wind, which is their natural weakness. You know, the different characters in the game all have a different elemental weakness for the most part. Wind didn't stick to the enemy, so you'd cast it at them, they would then fly away from wherever you used wind, and it would just whiff and completely miss.
Wind was super cursed.
It was so bad. So almost all aerial-based combat was terrible until they released Integrate, and that allowed basically you to start actually having some magic against them.
Yeah, wind, like, the upgrade of sticking to the enemy and then exploding, like, unironically, made wind go from the worst spell in the game to, like, a very good, like, option of, like, second or third. It has some places where it struggles, but everywhere in general it's better. Nope.
So this is Eligor. This is another one of the optional mini bosses. Not optional bosses, but he was a rare mob fight in OG, and they've turned him into a boss. And I think it was another great addition to the game. One thing to note, if you're on your casual run, make sure you've got steel equipped, because this is where you get Ares bladed staff, and a lot of people miss that in the game. So the first phase in this, we get him to go up into the air. He then puts reflect on himself, which is infuriating because our magic is our strongest thing for something against the air. So we had breach, which we quickly used that, which gets rid of his reflect, and it allows us to hit him again some more. And it now moves on to the next phase. So far this is going rather nicely.
Yeah, most of these fights are really heavily scripted. That is very unfortunate, but happens sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna have to
open my bag
wheel here. Okay, or you could straight miss the wheel. That's cool. Well, we're just gonna have to wait. That's cool. That's super obnoxious. Dive kick will normally break the wheel in one shot, but apparently the body decided to block there for him. Okay, this will finish it off. Oh, are you kidding me? Twice! This is very annoying.
Has that wheel got a shield on it or something?
I literally have no idea, but we'll just use wind here. This should kill. Or I forgot how bad Aerith's magic is, or Tifa's magic. Go with Eriga. Please just die. Magic! Why, game? What's Cloud have? Fire. That should be enough.
You're laughing, but that was just a comedy.
Go ahead. Everybody should be laughing because that was I think it might have been better to die than redo the fight. I think it might have been faster.
Yeah, if it could have gone wrong there, I think the game was like, yep,
I have never seen dive kick hit the body, not once but twice. It should always one-shot the wheel there. That was super cursed.
Okay, so that's the end of that chapter. So that was why Sid could just spam all his magic there. He wasn't worried about his MP. It was going to reset straight after that fight anyway. Sorry, I'm still giggling. This is another Spectre fight.
Somebody should, because I want to cry. That's the only thing keeping me from crying. Oh, what the?
Honey, you're doing great.
What is this run?
I think you got it.
This is gonna go down as the most cursed run I've ever had in a marathon. Hey,
just blame me.
Synergy. That's the worst.
And so yeah, that Spectre fight, same strat as the last one. We need to take out a set number of the kind of trash ones. That kind of lets us pressure the main guy. We take out the main guy, fight's over, and now we do another big set of menuing. This section, we're going to be climbing the tower, which gives us a nice expansion on the original game again, where you'd think that these things holding up the plate would be these huge things. And in the original game, it's a bit of a wimpy spire, and this is a much bigger event in the structure. So we're climbing all the way up it, and there's different points in this game where you can't progress past unless you have killed all the mobs previously, where there's just like a block. But you can just run on and get to like the next section as quickly as possible and then take out the mobs. Like there would have been a block there if the previous fight hadn't ended. So that allows us to always be moving on. There is some rather sad moments in this bit where, you know, they expand on the storyline of Biggs, Wedge and Jesse, who all die in the original game at this section, as far as we're aware. But there's some debate over the exact outcome of all these characters in this one. The Helitroopers. Arguably the spawn of Satan of this chapter.
Yeah, a lot of chapters towards the end of the game have that enemy, and the Helitroopers are that enemy for this chapter. We actually got the cool time save there. So that just kind of shows off that Magnify does some weird things there, and those enemies aren't fully loaded in until I roll to the right. So the spell won't kill until I start that fight up. But it's a slight optimization that we can do to bait that Helitrooper up around that edge of the platform, so we don't have to wait and just drag him up with us. And then we can also, if we position ourselves properly, roll to the right, trigger that next set of 3 enemies, and Fire will just one-shot all 3 of them at the same time.
So this section of the game, there's a section in OG7 where you see that Aerith apparently looked after Marlene, and in this game we actually get to see that whole section happen. So we get to run around a wee bit as Aerith in this section. There's not a whole lot to do, so I guess any donations or incentives you want to go over right now would be a pretty good time.
Funny you should mention that. Yes. As it turns out,
why would I mention that? Why would I do that?
I don't know, it's very strange. We have $20 here from a certain Naniki Emmy. Well, that's strange. Who says, as promised for speaking to Chadley, I shall put this towards taking the lift because we need to go faster. Smile. Also, Sid, you're doing great.
Come on, we've got to go.
This has got to be the most cursed run I've ever had on my plate, but we're gonna do it and we're gonna finish it. Even if we go over estimate, we're finishing this.
Fantastic news. Looking forward to it. That does, of course, put $20 towards the elevator bid in the Stairs v Elevator bid war. Still lagging behind Stairs, which is at $50. So if people want to see, I don't know, the wonders of technology, how do you sell that?
If you guys want to take some pity on my sanity, that's a good way to do it. Either way, as long as we're getting money for charity, I'm fine with it. Thanks, everybody.
We'll go with that, yes. If you want to take pity on Sid's charity, Sid's sanity, then that is how you shall do it. With that, back to the run.
I'm coming for you.
I mean, both are correct. My sanity is a charity case, because this game does a good deal on it every day. So yeah, that was a very comical Elidor fight. I can't quite put into words what we've just seen, because we'll just go forward. We'll play perfectly from here. It'll be fine. You know, it doesn't get harder. It definitely doesn't get harder.
This game doesn't get harder in the slightest. There isn't a chapter 17 and 18 boss rush of the. No, not at all. Okay, so again, we're continuing to climb. There's some sentry guns. We just zoom, because the game didn't decide to stop us from progressing until things were dead at this section. So we skipped that. You know, we're speedrunners. If we don't need to deal with it, we won't.
The only one we actually have to kill is those last 2 shield troopers to jump over. I ATB boost at the bottom to keep Cloud at that last fight, and then cast either Fire or Firaga. So then he'll wipe out the enemies, and he'll still be stuck at the very, very bottom, but be in fleeing, so I can warp him up to the top floor. It's a nice little time save that like guarantees I don't have to worry about the AI having weird pathfinding and not getting into flee. This fight right here, the timer for the helicopter starts immediately, so we're just gonna do a little bit of nonsense here and call it a day.
So, over on the left side of the screen right now, there's a helicopter appearing. That helicopter is going to have a timer with a couple of mobs appearing. There's going to be a helitrooper. And the grenadier is going to jump down. And we need to make sure that we take it out. Now, unfortunately, Tifa's kind of walked over to us. You kind of want her to stay over there, and then you can just have her kill stuff.
Yeah, there's actually like a couple of different ways you can do this. The most reliable way, Strife actually turned me on to this strat a little bit ago. Putting Arrow on Tifa is really, really good for the next few chapters. We want it in Chapter 15 anyway, so we're just going to abuse it everywhere, but that means it doesn't matter where she wanders, as long as I do it like that, she'll one-shot as soon as you killable. That's a little bit, wow. Damaged, under-damaged, and late. Wow. Wow, wow, wow! This game!
No, on this game, just choosing to do nothing that is pre-planned or agreed with it, because it's in that sort of mood. This fight is one of the awkward ones because the Hell Troopers appear, and that actually went really well. That fight can absolutely chew up time if the Hell Troopers decide to not behave with you.
So, the trick there is like killing both the turrets and the Shock Trooper in front of you, or either the Shock Trooper or that turrets will. I go with Fire Magnify, but sometimes it underdamages one of the turrets. So what happened is, I tried to use a Fire on the Shock Trooper that Tifa was juggling to keep him from moving, to split my spell up so it would hit both of them as they spawned in. But because one of the turrets survived, it might actually be that I'm casting the Fire too soon. But yeah, I did a bunch of weird stuff there to make sure to get an ATB stagger, so that even if that happened, I basically have full ATB. Pretty consistently.
F's in chats for Jesse, folks. That's her met the way of the dodo. I mean, also F's in chats for this run in general, but F's in chats for Jesse.
This run needs all the F's. All of the F's. I don't think I've completed a run as cursed as this one. This is an exceptionally cursed artifact that needs to be put and studied for future generations to find out how cursed a thing can be. Well...
So this is the Rude and Reno fight.
Yep.
The very first phase of this fight, when Reno first appears, he can pick from different moves. Depending on which one he does, you need to change your strategy slightly, because he will just disappear off, or he will target random people. We've got most of them covered. This section of the fight's a bit more consistent because we know what's going to happen. Rude will fly over in the helicopter, Reno will jump back over the wall, and we're aiming to just take him down quickly as we can to get to the last phase of the fight. And in the last phase of the fight, there's a bit of luck involved here over whether or not the two of them will behave, or if they'll just run off in opposite directions.
With the first phase, he'll always target Cloud, so we just go for the Punisher counter to reduce the damage, and then Star Shower full combo into SD, 100% consistent. Unless you hit a weird frame with your Punisher counter and he hits you in between. It's hard to explain, but Punisher is kind of jank. It does its job most of the time, but it does whatever it wants.
The Rude Sunglasses factory working in full production mode here.
What happens when you mess with the turrets? Say goodbye.
Okay, and we got both, I think. So we did a really specific setup there. Dolphin Flurry will stop Reno if he does Triple Pulse or Flash Strike, which are his two more common moves. Flash Foot sometimes comes out, and then you have to do a bunch of stuff to kill Rude, but luckily we didn't have to worry about that. So we Dolphin Flurry, cancel his moves. It juggles both of them. I wait until Rude gets pulled back to cast Blizziga. And then I Blade Burst to make sure that Cloud gets the kill and to delay him from moving forward. So he'll be in a very specific spot. I switched to Tifa to move her over to the console so I don't have to wait for the AI to run her over there. So we start the cutscene immediately. And because of where I place Cloud with that Blade Burst, it keeps him locked in spot. And there's a weird bug with the cutscene. If he's in the right spot, he'll like... some debris will spawn in him, which I believe, I have no way to prove this, but it's the most reasonable explanation, is it actually pushes him out of that spot while the cutscene's loading. And because of where he's moving, it triggers the cutscene that's supposed to cause those plates to drop when you go to rescue Tifa. And there's no way to, like, skip it otherwise. But being able to trigger it early like that is a really nice little time save, especially triggering the cutscene early. It's a pretty tight setup. And the downside is that sometimes if you get Flash Foot, you're in a really rough spot. Dolphin Flurry should always finish off Reno. But even then, sometimes it won't track Reno properly, and she'll just Dolphin Flurry the debris of the helicopter, which is super fun and always what you want to see happening. So, considering how cursed the run was, I was almost sure I was going to get Flash Foot and a whiff, but what do you know? One of the boss fights went as planned.
So do you remember that shortcut we took earlier where we had to run all the way through the Collapsed Expressway to get to
I've been thinking, y'all.
To get to
Walmart
Slums, yeah.
from
Or,
to
Walmart.
get to Walmart from Aerith's mum's house. This is how quick it should have been if we'd ignore Aerith, because
Yeah.
we started at Walmart. Our next destination is Aerith's mum's house. What? A couple of minutes tops.
Yep. PS4 version could just like there's a thin cutscene line whenever it triggers a cutscene, and you could just use Focus Strike or basically any one of Cloud's attacks to just clip over it. And as long as you're not on the character when you walk into a cutscene line, it doesn't trigger. So you could just walk over it by using a move, switch to Aerith, then switch back, and then just keep walking until you get to Walmart. So you would, what am I doing? There's not a cutscene here. My brain, help. It's not working anymore.
You're confusing an early version of Chapter 8 skip
Yeah.
with 13 skip.
Well, yeah, 13, like... Yeah, I'm talking about the super, super early version, because that's the only one I learned, not the ones out of bounds. Because once it started getting more hectic, I was like, I think I'll just do glitchless. The funny part is I've actually done glitched runs, but that was early on when 15 was the only skip available. And it was basically free. I actually, I unironically ass-first my way into a better version of Chapter 15 skip. Just being me, I think that's like the only useful skip or glitch that I found in the entire thing. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, 15 skip evolved a lot over time. The very quickest, very early version is actually free for most people. It's really easy to replicate. It's something you could even, you can learn it in 5 minutes. It's one of those really simple ones. And it's kind of cool, just that feeling as a gamer to go out of bounds and go where the devs didn't intend. There's something satisfying about that kind of inner grin you get going, haha, I did something you didn't mean.
Yeah, there's a little demon in the back of your head, and when you get to snap the game in half when it's punishing you, it's always like a nice, like, ha! Screw you, game, I'm the smarter one. Then you play it like us speedrunners, and the game is always on top and you're on the bottom. It's, very rough being second to a video game.
So, of course, after going all the way to Aerith's house, we unfortunately had to run all the way back again.
Yep, there's a lot of running around, which is usually a good time for any marathon stuff, but we're actually getting close to combat, so I guess if you have anything you want to say real quick there, it's plenty of time.
I can do so. Thank you very much. So, for people who are unaware, I will tell you why we are doing this. This marathon is in support of No Kid Hungry, which is a charity dedicated to providing meals for children in need, as well as supporting food banks and community groups that serve the areas that need it most. They provide emergency grants and expert guidance to schools and local community groups to help feed kids. It's a fantastic cause, and I do enjoy just how much generosity has been shown so far in the event. Let's hope that we can have some more fantastic days ahead, and back to the run.
Alright.
So, yeah. Collapsed Expressway Round 2. Fight.
Pretty much. Nice miss. Okay, well. Oh.
Never in doubt.
Dang. That would have actually been optimal if I hadn't accidentally slashed there with Cloud, but hey, what are you gonna do?
So again, for some reason, we seem to think the quickest way back to an area is to cut through it in various points. Now, we probably would have been quicker just going back through Walmart again, but something happened. Oh yeah, a giant part of the city got dropped on us. So to avoid that, we are having to go this way back to try and get to Sector 7. Now, again, I'm not sure I fully understand the physics of a giant, several, what you would call several 100-foot structure being dropped on a area underneath. I would describe the area underneath as pancake, if that was to actually happen. but for some reason we seem to think there could be some survivors, so we're heading back there to see what we can do to help.
Yeah, we're definitely humoring Barrett, for sure. The funny part is he's right, though, but we don't get to find that out until a lot later. Now, the nice thing, like, we have fire right now. It's not super optimal for all these fights, but we're going to use it in the next chapter, and it was good in the last chapter, so it's just a matter of convenience.
Zoom zoom!
Yup, zoom zoom. I've actually skipped this fight once. Okay, I got to be there. That actually could have been a disaster. This is cursed.
So there is actually a group of guys here that I've not really mentioned that we kind of need to go into.
Butch, Burke, and the gang of stupids.
Yeah. Butch, Burke, and Beck. You meet them a few times throughout the game. They are absolutely thick as mince, as I'd say in Scotland. I don't know if that translates to other languages.
That's a win.
But yeah, we'd say that they're not exactly all with it. They try and play dead. They fought us the first time we were coming through here. They fought us in the Colosseum. They fought us again. They're just three characters that get a bit of a recurring role, and it's kind of cool that again that you start to get even more of the NPCs, or you know, the trash was given a more expanded role, and so that you can have these laughs at these wee characters that are showing up and kind of giving a bit of colour to the story. And I love that about Remake, is they have coloured in so much more.
Yeah, even the NPCs and enemies, there's recurring characters that you like learn to love or hate. Butch is the only one I care about, though, because for some reason he either has more defense or a higher HP pool. I think it's HP, though. So he'll tank a lot of hits in those fights. There are a lot of enemies that just, for some reason, have more HP than the rest. So you have to go the extra mile to make sure that they go down immediately. Oof, yeah. We're looking... Normally we want to be around here like a 58 for like a really good run. I'd say we should be able to still hit 36 minus the stair climbing. I mean, Cloud needs just cardio, so don't worry about it.
Well, what happens at this point. I think everybody's having fun. I know I'm having fun. I'm loving this.
I'm having fun because this is the most cursed that this game has ever been, and I'm content with the fact that it could not be any worse if I tried to make it worse.
Hey, I've watched you do dozens of these runs, and it's nice to hear you laughing and smiling during one, so that's always a win.
This is like, it is such a unicorn, I can't help but be bemused by how weird it has been. Because normally when like stupid stuff happens, it's like infuriating because it usually falls on my shoulders, but a lot of this has just been like, the game do be trolling, dude. And I've just like never seen it troll this hard. I've seen things that I hope I never see again, but if I see it once, it's fine. One of the things you will notice with Cloud, since we're overwriting his Mithril Saber so often, his materia loadout will get different, and that's like my visual cue to tell that like I have it set up correctly. Some cases it'll be like 2 greens and a blue. In this case, it's a blue, green, blue. Other cases, so it just gives me a visual indicator that I've properly swapped weapons with him. It's actually really nice that the materia actively changes based on what's equipped in the weapon. The only thing that's weird about it is, like, the second slot there that on the hilt actually shows, like, the 4th slot on the materia, so it actually is displayed 100% correctly. Because as you see, he had blue, green, blue there, but it actually, blue, green, whatever. I'm saying it backwards because dyslexia do be dyslexic. Also, if you have any issue with flashing lights, now's the time to grab some sunglasses, tab out for a bit. It's not super intense, but it has given me headaches and migraines before, so be aware. I'm going to blow some rocks up.
Yeah, the flashing lights kind of sections happened. We'll let you know when it's over if you are having to look away. So what we're having here is, this is the kind of Barrett section. Every one of the main party, like Aerith, Tifa and Barrett, all kind of get their own moments during this game where we kind of explore them. More so here, we control Barrett. And it's actually kind of cool using his gun, especially as a kind of casual playthrough and just going bang, 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 shoot, shoot. But these kind of, these rocks, I really don't think they thought this bit
in the
through well
PS5
enough.
for some reason, it's like super bright. And it's a lot more intense than it should be, even on the lowest brightness setting. PS4 isn't nearly as bad. It used to be even worse, and then something happened. I don't know what, but it seemed to be a little bit less awful.
You should try it on a big OLED HDR screen where it makes it so bright it's
I cannot
painful.
believe I got away with that. That was absolute luck. That should not have worked. Well, it is what it is. Game's taking mercy on me.
Take the few wins you can get, okay?
Yeah.
There's a door growling there. We don't need to go into it, thankfully. We will continue going this direction. So yeah, we've got a whole bunch of trash mobs as we are going through this section. This is the underground reactor. Otherwise known as, for those of you who know your expanded Final Fantasy VII lore, Reactor 0. So for those of you who have played Dirge Cerberus, that mighty PS2 shooter that has such a huge fan base, you've all played it, right? You will know this area because Reactor 0 is explored on in that game.
I know you can't see it, but my eyes are super wide right now because this has been a perfect lab so far. And the lab is like this underground laboratory, underground reactor, is the most notorious RNG section. Because Barrett's stats are just, he's intended to be a defensive character, and that means that his damage is not good. And reliably getting through all these fights, no matter what you do, is kind of like a dice roll. And
yeah,
the enemies have been cooperating, which is like hard to say because it never happens.
Yeah, the only chapter we really gear Barrett up for is chapter 1. We don't really use him particularly much throughout the rest of the run or prioritize any stats on him. We always focus on Tifa or Aerith when they're in the party to go alongside Cloud. So Barrett's kind of the forgotten player in the speedrun. You can finish with him on a high note come the Sephiroth fight. Most of the time you don't want to see him though.
Yeah, his stats are so bad that like you really want Aerith and Tifa. You actually have to like go out of your way to drag him into the Sephiroth fight. Because the way that there's... Okay, that was a really long flee. That should be the last thing we gotta shoot here, so there shouldn't be any more flashy bang bang.
Yeah, that's the last of because we have to shoot all of the rocks and the fans, so yeah. Those are all dead, so yeah, we're good now.
Also, check out this wonderful dolphin. Belly. See you later, buddy. Thanks for assist. It's, I'm not quite sure what causes that, but it's still pretty funny when it does. Up we go.
Zoom to the end of the chapter.
Yeah. This area is kind of weird here too, because like you have to like walk into this, then let go of the thumbstick. It's counterintuitive, but if you keep walking into it, the game takes forever to progress. So yeah, that was really lucky. I got an extra MP crate early on, saved me some time there.
Okay, so this is another boss fight with some trash to begin it. So we have to take out this trash to get through some various phases. We're going to move over to the far side here because we need to jump over a set of stairs and climb up.
Oh. Oof.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
Luckily I have
so, well said, just kind of roots around that very quickly. If you've not played Intergrade yet, or Intermission, you might not know that they have expanded on the lore considerably and brought what you would call the collective world of Final Fantasy VII together. So they have brought in some enemies from Deepground into Final Fantasy VII mainline, which we only got introduced to in Dirge Cerberus, so that's really cool. We've also got... towards the end of this game, you're going to meet Zack, who we first got a true expanded storyline on in Crisis Core. So I'm really liking that they're taking this opportunity of doing the Final Fantasy VII remakes to bring in all the characters from all of the different parts of the game.
We don't necessarily have to use Blizzica here. We could do it with Blizzara, but since we only have Blizzara M shortcut, as long as they have the MP, I go for Blizzica here. We're gonna spam a Blizzara Magnify here and hope we get multiple hits, but we probably won't.
Yeah, this is failed experiment. This is another one of those boss fights that's very elemental based. You do not want to use lightning on him.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I had Synergy Lightning equipped before. I took it off for the magic up, but I found out, it actually will not activate on failed experiment, which is shocking, because the game usually doesn't care, and will let you do negative things. But I guess if the enemy actually absorbs... Yeah, I guess if the boss absorbs it, the game actually won't activate Synergy. There's actually only one fight where Synergy doesn't function properly, is actually in Ghoul. Ghoul, like, is just... It's bubblegum and spit that holds that fight together. Almost nothing functions properly in that fight, or as other bosses do. A Ghoul is always the exception to the rule, but for whatever reason, I realized, like, wait a minute, he's not synergizing here? The thing is, I don't need it anywhere else, so it's just better to take it off for the magic bonus, so he can actually do damage instead of whisper softly in the enemy's ear and ask them to die. He actually can make them die.
I just realised we didn't talk about Bucket Boss when we were passing that point earlier.
Yeah, it was so... You get so caught up in doing it that, like, you don't want to tempt fate by bringing it up. But yeah, in that area, to get around those buckets, like, we use the camera to change Cloud's angle rather than the left thumbstick, because it's more consistent. This is a really nice cutscene, but we're going to have to skip it.
Yeah, this is a remake's equivalent of the date sequence, where depending on what you've done and who you've spoken to at different parts of the game, depends on who you get there at that moment. In the speedrun, because we don't do a single side quest that we don't have to, we always get Barrett. But during your run, depending on the quests you do and who you talk to for Tifa and Aerith, you're more likely to get one of them.
Yeah, if you do all the side quests, you'll probably get Aerith. If you only do the initial slums, you'll always get Tifa, and if you only do, like, Aerith's side quests in her area, you'll always get her. Barrett basically requires us to do nothing. The funny thing is...
Okay, then, quick fact for you then. Do you know what the tiebreaker is if you do all the quests for each?
I'd imagine it's the sewer, talking to the two of them.
It's who you pick up first in the sewer. That counts as the deciding factor, so if you decide to help Tifa up, you get Tifa. If you decide to help Aerith up, you get Aerith.
Yep. That's a very Chrono Trigger type thing, too. Because of the, pendant.
That's also the only time in the run there. We use Chocobo travel.
Yeah. Luckily in New Game Plus, the Chocobos that we saved stick, so we have access to all the warp points rather than just the sum of them. I think New Game normally comes in from the front, though, because they want to go by the weapons store to pick up Hard Edge, I think.
Yeah, they need to go get Hard Edge. Well, they did for those strats last time I saw New Game runs.
It's been a while.
New Game's a wee bit quiet at the moment. Hard is definitely the most popular category right now.
Yeah, me and Strife are just grinding this away for no ostensive reason, just because we like torturing ourselves. Whew. This category giveth and take away. I did a major reroute recently, so, like, PB is coming soon for me. I should be able to cut below 4 hours and 30 minutes, but right now we're stuck at 32. Then sometimes you get runs like this where you're just like, I didn't know things could go so wrong.
You guys ready?
So this is Leslie. We should probably expand on who Leslie is and his story.
Sure.
So Leslie is one of the goons. He has been working for Don Corneo, but he basically doesn't like him. The only reason he has been helping out Don Corneo is because at one point in the past, I think it's his sister was picked to be one of Don Corneo's ladies, and she's gone missing since. So he's doing his best to try and find her, and by working with the Don, he was hoping to do that.
I want to say it's his fiancée.
Is it his fiancée?
Yeah, like, I think he worked with him before. I'm not sure if this is actually the correct timeline, but I think he worked for Don Corneo before, and then his fiancée caught his eye, and that's why you have to chase down the Shote, because he still has the ring from her, and she's disappeared at some point, and we don't quite know what's happened to her. Knowing Don Corneo, nothing good. But we're
You
hoping
can tell it's
that's
been so long since I played this game casually, I'm forgetting some of the basic story lore.
I mean, to be
I really do
fair,
need to do a
like, for
casual
some
playthrough.
reason I remember this story too. I probably shouldn't remember it as well as I do. But, yeah, the story is pretty good.
We're actually told here, though, that we need a key that's been stolen by this wee show. And it turns out it's not the key it's it's Leslie's memories of his fiancée, and we need to go get it.
Yeah, that'll be coming up in a second. We're almost to the door, so it hasn't been stolen just yet. But basically, yeah, that's it, the over-under. A lot of these fights may look very simple, but it took a long time to get to the point where everything was 100% consistent. A lot of routing work that goes into it. These enemy encounters are deceptively difficult.
Let's just keep
And doing the slightest thing out of order can result in a fight spiraling super duper hard.
The big thing that can hurt here is as we've alluded to before, MP is the great leveler in hard mode, and because we can't gain any extra back, any real meaningful amounts anyway, and so anytime you accidentally use the wrong magic or you use too much on an earlier fight, you have to suffer for it later. And because this chapter ends on a boss fight, you kind of want to make sure you have your MP for your boss fight.
Yeah, the trick here is we want to go into the boss fight with max MP. So, at some point we toggled into using the same element on both Magnify and MP Absorb. And what that allows us to do is use that 20% cost reduction Mithril Saber has to reduce Tier 2 spell from 10 to 8, or Tier 3 from 21 to 17 MP. And then the MP Absorb lets us siphon off MP up to 3 times. So as long as we're using Tier 1 and Tier 2 spells, for the most part, we can shred through most of these fights and keep our MP at max, which allows us to keep a 20% damage bonus from being at max MP. It's a really interesting route. Sure. So... But now we're chasing down the show, so we got a bunch of enemies in between here and there. Sometimes the game can do some weird stuff and try and target the show we're chasing. Even if the spell does hit, it won't do anything. So, gotta be very careful about how we take these fights. You saw it right there, the fire shot back at us because it was trying to hit the show behind us.
He is an ugly little bugger, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Fire is too good of a fate for him.
No, yeah, the show we're chasing around, as you can see, we're always trying to move towards the next kind of trigger point as we're in each battle and take the battles out from range. Like, that's a big thing with learning your shortcuts and your strategies in this fight, is so that you're always positioned. So here we are, where Tifa's moving to the other side of the room because we need to put a door to the other side of the room, and we're already there.
Unfortunately, we can't save a massive amount of time, because a lot of interactables take a while. Don't you do it. No. Oh, that's... could have been worse, actually. Sometimes, if the crab gets in the walkway there, you're in a really bad spot. You have to use wind to fling it out. Unfortunately, I got stuck on it on the other side, because I was trying to hairpin in between it. Where? What?
Yeah, let's see if he gets stuck at the gate.
That was a really weird grab position. Oh, that's annoying. So right there, fire should have targeted the 2 enemies next to the turtle, but because this guy was still loaded in, the game targeted it instead. So it messed with our damage output there. It's very annoying. This area is one of the worst because we're chasing the show down. So we often run into that issue of Magnify mistargeting an enemy that's not in combat and basically wasting a spell. It's
yeah, the moment the camera moves there, you know to turn round because the show's going to run away. There's wee tells like that at various points. This fight isn't too bad on New Game Pluses. It's horrible on New Game.
Yeah, the thing is, on New Game compared to New Game Plus is you have all the materia maxed out. And, having reliably 1,000 ATB from first strike every single battle really changes the dynamic. In the main game, not having access to that first strike's consistent 1,000 ATB makes your life a really big pain in the butt. The first strike I think is like a couple hundred, but the second one's like 5,000. So it's also a big drain on money trying to get it as soon as possible so it levels up from the battles that you're taking. So it's a real struggle with ATB being random and can make, especially New Game Normal, incredibly difficult. Easy is a little bit more bearable from what I understand. I've done some of it, but not a ton of it.
I played through New Game Easy a couple of times, but I was mostly just testing out people's notes for beginners, just to follow them through and make sure it was okay for anybody wishing to pick the run up. I never submitted any of it because I was constantly double checking the notes against the game. So although the run might have only been like 6 hours if you were doing it, you know, roughly as a new player, I was like 8 to 10 hours doing it because of just how long I was testing.
Withstanding the fact that the PS4 runs for like an hour longer because of its load times, half an hour if you're using glitches, it's still like, I started I think at like 8 hours myself. Okay, good, no bash and smash, I'm happy with this.
Okay, Abzu too. We met Abzu earlier, and this time he decides to show up with a lot of little ads to the party. They can just get in the way of your targeting. The key thing here is getting through the various phases.
The ads actually, unironically, make this fight easier, but more dangerous. Because we can pachinko and get multi-hits with Magnify as long as we set things up properly. And the magnified spells will hit the additional shots. So basically, that's really bad, kind of, maybe? I don't, no, it's fine. Okay. I did get distracted, not ATB boost there, so that's kind of scuffed, but whatever. But yeah, we can get additional hits out of these spells here.
There was a very quick menu when you were doing that there, where you turned Magnify off when you were targeting the horn. It was very impressive.
Yeah.
So again, Magnify, when you use it, actually slightly reduces the damage of the attacks, but it attacks 3 people. And we wanted the full damage output on the horn, so that was exceptionally fast menuing, and I really liked that.
Yeah, Fire on Magnify can break the horn, which stun locks Abzu in place, makes the fight more consistent, but it's just worth the extra damage to make sure everything goes as Keikaku, you know, and everything works the way you want it to, instead of rolling a damage range when you can avoid it.
And now it's time to climb the plate. We're moving on to chapter 15. So we're just doing our menuing because, again, each chapter we have different enemy types that we need to worry about. The different enemies in this game, there is actually some basic rules to it when it comes to Final Fantasies and their elements. So in the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the undead, we briefly mentioned earlier, heal them. So ghosts, etc., throw heals or Phoenix Downs at them. If it's the humans, human type mobs, they tend to be weak to fire. If it's the monster type mobs, they tend to be weak to ice. If it's the flying mobs, they tend to be weak to wind. And if it's mechs, they tend to be weak to lightning. So that's the kind of most basic level. Now, there is some intricacies, and again, what's quickest versus what you've got equipped is 2 very different things. We will always try and avoid menuing as much as possible because it's time. So if you've got another magic that you can use that you will get through the fight with, you'll just keep using that one instead of always using the known weakness.
The previous 3 chapters are a really good example because chapter 12 on the pillar, fire's great. Chapter 14, fire's great because there's a whole bunch of monsters that are weak to it. Plus Magnify is super good for the boss with fire, but there's enough mechs in chapter 13 that it's not super efficient, but you'll waste more time swapping back and forth. So right here we have a lot of flying enemies, and like we mentioned earlier, thankfully wind spells stick to their target, so the enemies don't just fly out of it. I think the intent was supposed to pressure enemies like ice. But flying enemies don't get pressured right, so they just keep moving. I think it has something to do with interrupting their animation. Are you serious? What?
Well, that Drake spawned miles away.
Luckily, that worked out in my favor, I think. Very awkward, but whatever. As long as I leave this with max MP.
Yeah, those two drakes are the other two drakes that like to run away a lot and cause problems.
So that's where we have to climb?
You can also end up out of bounds there completely accidentally. It's not a good fun.
This
time
area
because you do need to restart.
is super weird. Yeah, it's really buggy.
We haven't been killed a dozen times over by now.
Oh, good. You're starting the DLC tomorrow? Yeah, beating this game is a really fun thing. The DLC is pretty fun. The run's not too bad for the Yuffie DLC either, but it can be a bit frustrating once you get to the top end of it. Yuffie has a lot of unique commands, though, that make the mode pretty fun. To limit in. I don't.
You probably want to, you know, 15 skip, get us back on the rest of it.
I mean, yeah,
No.
right. So you can save load here when the game makes before the game makes you look at the helitrooper here, and what happens is like this cutscene doesn't load properly, so I can just zip line and I'll land on top of the cement here, and I won't do any of these fights at all normally. Oh, that's fine.
So yeah, the original discovery of that the skip on 15 was Catbus, who did it by using Barrett's limit break, and it delayed Barrett behind so much in the previous battle that it broke that cutscene. And for a while we thought that was the only way to do it, and then poor AMBCD on a no glitch run discovered that you could use what we call potion lagging to also cause it to happen, and yeah, so he lost his run to finding a new way to do the glitch. Thankfully, because he found that way though, we were able to then transfer it to every category. So every single category can do 15 skip.
Yeah, this is the Mithril Sword. Cloud's our default caster. Whenever Garrett's not in the party, his magic's more than high enough to get us where we need to go.
Stay sharp.
Especially since we have both the magic ups, we rely on that damage output to make things reasonable. But yeah, there's actually an even more consistent version if you save load to get that working, which I accidentally found. Of course, Catbus like figured out how to make it consistent because I just kind of like stumbled upon it. So I was save loading because I was worried I was going to screw up the out of bounds.
Yeah, our two biggest glitch hunters in the community were Catbus and Foxy Dits, who both tore this game to shreds. It was amazing watching them work. Some of us contributed as best we can. My best discovery turned out to lead to nowhere, which is an out of bounds in chapter 16.
I found the same thing like a couple of months later. That's actually the funniest part. Go ahead. Sorry. So there's a lot of like weird stuff that can soft lock the game. I actually found one when I was like fixing my saves, where if I loaded certain chapters, it would load me out of bounds in like chapter 17. So I'd be like 1,000 meters away from the actual area, so I could see the map, and I'd be loaded into the void, which I'm assuming is like the 0-0 coordinate. But yeah, I found so many stupid interactions with this game that it's mind-blowing what weird stuff you can cause to happen. Don't know what causes it, just know it can happen.
Right, while you're continuing this bit, I need to leave you for 2 minutes. I will be right back.
Sure. So if we had done the skip, we would come back inbounds up here, and I'd need to walk on this I-beam, which is actually the trigger for the next area, but I'd still be able to skip the next few fights. We're not going to be doing that now. Okay. Barrett, you want to shoot that guy? You. Okay.
Keep those gloves up.
So the way that we start New Game Plus is we load up our save file, and then we go back to the chapter select the difficulty that we're going to play, and then load from there. So we basically can level up all the materia and everything we need that way. So I start the game with a lot of things equipped already, so that I can quickly swap out everything that I have and efficiently do it.
Give them hell.
But the one thing is we have everything maxed out,
You're good at
so
this.
it's not quite the same as a hard loop for a casual player, because you can't max out your weapons until you've completed some of the game, because you get weapon points, which give you additional stat bonuses. But yeah, we basically just start at Chapter 1 and walk from there. Should be good. That's cursed. I hate this game. This bullet mini-game is silly, and shouldn't be as hard as it actually is. Should be up top. Seriously. Like I said, cursed. Let me out! Let me out! Oh, now it's really bad. Getting caught in this stairwell isn't that uncommon. The moment you get hit by one bullet, it's over. You'll never get through it. Everything should carry over if you start a New Game Plus file. If you're talking about carrying over to the next game, we're not sure. From my experience, I'd say it's probably too much to have access to. Switch to Cloud here. Somersault. That's going to be bad. Unfortunately, ATB boosted a little bit early there, so I had to build some ATB in between those attacks. Stupid mistake, but it is what it is. I gotta practice some of these later fights, because I've been making the same weird mistakes on most of my PV runs, too. But yeah, I don't know if they can balance the game carrying it over unless they, like, make us... Unless they give us everything on a New Game Plus loop as well.
Now that is what I call
Sure.
I guess.
Gotta make a slight adjustment here. We're gonna throw Synergy on Cloud. Oh, he's not max MP. That's gonna be annoying. I don't think it's a problem, though. We're not gonna heal up Cloud until after we get done getting chased down by Valk here. Because he'll only go to 1 HP, so we'll heal up right before we start the fight, and it won't be that big of an issue. We could have let Barrett go down to critical to activate EKG's critical bonus chance and critical bonus damage, but it's not really worth it. Excuse me. Thank you. Focus. Row. And the floor is yours.
Okay, so Valkyrie, look at this, it's a giant mech. So we want to use lightning where possible, but also we're going to use Tifa's Star Shower and stuff for various
actually, in hard mode, Valk loses its weakness to lightning, that's why we're using wind here. That's its only weak to wind.
I hate hard mode.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cursed, honestly.
Right. Folks, remember how earlier on in this run I said I don't actually know the strats he's using? If ever you needed a perfect example of that, there we go. So we're using wind, but the basic premises of the phases are the same. You want to get him down to his HP boxes as soon as you can so that you can push to the next phase. And here we've got Valk has a nice big laser. And in the other categories, you want the laser to hit him. Tell me that's at least the same.
Yeah, if I can get away with it. I need to be careful here, because Cloud will 100% run with the laser, and it'll make this fight take longer. And I didn't.
There we go, the laser dive.
Yeah, I needed to... The thing is, if I just YOLO it, Cloud will very often catch a laser to the head, and he'll just get one shot. Tifa will survive it either way, but the main reason is because of Berserk. Fury Ring is an accessory that'll give us permanent Berserk. I've gone over it a few times, but Berserk increases your damage dealt by 30%, but also makes you take 30% more. That damage taken increase is often a negative, but there are some places where it actually benefits us. Specifically when we Berserk boss fights. Machines are completely immune to it, so that's why we don't use it there. Some of them have small HP pools that's not worth, like Reno and Rude. But the further we get in the game, the more Berserk, more work, hard work, and heavy lifting Berserk does to keep us out of disaster. So I guess we're probably taking the stairs, huh? Well, it is what it is, what it is.
Well, we do still have, what, a few minutes before we have to make that choice. So if anybody would like to help the run out, we could, you know, take the lift. I believe we still need another $31 for that, but I'm more than willing to have Prozek tell me otherwise. Prozek, help us out here.
Unfortunately, I cannot bring you salvation. It is still spare time.
That's fine. I'll use the cardio to consider the poor life choices I've made.
I was at the gym yesterday. I did not need cardio today.
Not bad.
Yeah. So a lot of these fights are kind of hard to do, to be honest, and somewhat inconsistent because of enemy movement. The dogs right here are the major problem causer for the most part. Should be... Everything's gone. You wanna?
Yeah, this is another one of the areas we classify as like a gauntlet, where it's trash fight after trash fight after trash fight, and then you've got to kill them to move on. So here's the final set of trash. We just want to try and group them up and take them out as quickly as possible with massive AoE spams. That wind was so spectacular.
That was
Look at that line up
fight.
on the right. It's so enjoyable when you see the fights just spam the enemy deaths on the right hand side of the screen.
Yep. Yeah.
This section I like to call Advent Children Physics, because remember folks, unless it's a cutscene, you can't jump high.
Yeah, suddenly
So
Tifa can't do this.
Yeah, we're not allowed to jump
before.
over there. You know, Cloud has jumped some amazing gaps in some cutscenes to survive various falls. Tifa's done some huge jumps, but nope, this little barrier is now a problem, so we're going to have to go a whole long way round for a shortcut.
Either the elevator.
And then we also get some cardio right after that, so let's go. We get wonky handbar physics into getting winded, climbing up 60 flights?
Guys, wish me
50.
luck.
I think it's 50.
Aren't I always?
So, here we go. It's time for the fact that Tifa is now very scared to jump. I mean, it's not quite as bad as Tifa and Aether suddenly being scared of ghosts, despite being portrayed as these really strong female characters, but then they cling on to Cloud for dear life. That still bit is always cheesy. But here, Tifa suddenly can't jump, so she's going to make a really good go at this. Watch. 1, 2, oh, no, I failed.
Oh, what a lucky break that there was just randomly
I thought I was dead for sure.
Ottomans here. Just land on.
Yeah, because, you know, just some nice soft landings, because all the other hard knocks they've taken are really, you know, nothing compared to that.
Yeah.
Okay, time for some home truth. How long did you spend on your casual playthrough to find out it was that car you jumped on?
I feel like it took me a while, but not like a massive amount of time. It's like
I think it took me like 10 minutes to find it.
I think like I saw it immediately, but I didn't know to jump on the like pillars. So I think I was like climbed up both the cars and didn't like see that immediately. Wandered around the area for a little bit just because I wanted to make sure to grab all the treasures. This is actually where you get the purple paint. A lot of people end up missing it here. It's right next to that very first ladder. You have to do some handlebars over there. Purple paint itself is pretty trash, but the true strike ability is really good, actually.
The true strike is great, yeah. They did try attempting to route that into New Game to go and collect it, but again, it's too slow. It's too late in the run for you to make back the time of going to get it.
And then on top of it, you have to equip purple paint. That's the real problem.
Just need to make it over there.
So again, this is another monkey bar segment because, you know, we discussed earlier, Square likes to reuse bits in this game. We developed a technique, let's abuse the technique. So more monkey bars. Now, again, if you're playing casually, you don't notice these things. But yeah, the more you've studied this game, you start to realise they reuse certain bits over and over. I'll be curious to see what they do with part 2 and how much is reused, considering it's supposed to explore a much greater part of the world.
Yeah, I would hope
I
that
really hope
the 3 or 4 years plus like already having most of their assets developed in engine would lower the padding and like at least not padding it with meaningless mini games. It's like they're not bad, but like they definitely don't like feel like super intuitive gameplay that makes you feel like, yeah, this is fun. The only thing good here is the song.
Oh yeah, the tune here is absolutely amazing. The soundtrack to this game, Uematsu Nobuo's original, and then what the team did with advancing it, I think is spectacular. I love it.
No stairs. So what are we at on stairs versus elevator?
Prozac, do you want to do a quick refresh right now, please?
Ooh, that's interesting. Yes, I can confirm that we've had a bit of a lead change.
Okay.
With thanks to Will's Heart donating $31 and saying,
All
no
right.
stay.
Okay, we're taking the left.
Let's reform this. We'll just get the best lab in 17 I ever have. Let's go. We're gonna have the Star Shower here.
Will's Heart, you know, message said afterwards. I'm sure he'll send you a thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for saving my sanity. This game is definitely giving me some reality checks that I've never seen before. So these fights, we could use spells, but they're somewhat inconsistent, so we just throw out a Star Shower and go. I need to throw the Braver there, because that left guy is inconsistent whether he gets caught in Star Shower. And even you saw that other one, like, survive with 1 HP. A lot of Star Shower's damage comes from the splashdown. It's really good at, like, grouping enemies together and kind of sucking them into the center. But it doesn't necessarily get us where we need to go. Star Shower's real strength is it's very hard to
This is Shinra HQ.
it's really hard to get through where we need to with damage sometimes. But Star Shower to Star Shower is pretty powerful. Because Star Shower actually is one of the very unique moves in the game that will not only buff the next move by 70%, but is incredibly hard for the enemy to interrupt. So as long as you have enough HP, Star Shower usually won't get blocked or interrupted.
I think I just.
So we got a couple of cutscenes here, so if there's any donations you want to read off, I'm going to go take a quick break. I will be right back.
How's the grand tour?
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Yes, we do have a couple that are built up here. First of all, from Screecher, we have $10, who says, "Wish I could have caught the whole run, but excited to rewatch. Good luck." And a second donation, or perhaps first, it did come in earlier, from Will's Heart, saying, "The Sid, great gaming, so fun to watch. GG." And that is $20. Thank you so much to everyone who's been donating, not only in this run, but throughout this event. If you want to go and rewatch, then the VODs will be exciting. Alright, back to that run.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll put my back on. Want to refill
Yeah,
my
we can
waters
hear you,
real
it's
quick?
cool.
I hope you're ready to be amazed.
So this section, we've got 2 small cutscenes here that we can't skip past. They're just under a minute long each, so the runners like to use them towards the end of the run just to get a final stretch before what we are going to call the boss rush, and the rather extended chapter that is chapter 17. So chapter 17 is a bit of a long one. As a result, though, because as we said, the MP only really resets for the runners at the end of chapter, then it's really MP management heavy. The chapter ends on, I want to say 1, 2, 3, officially 4 boss fights back to back. And when we are MP limited, you can imagine that's very difficult. So after a long chapter, then you've got 4 boss fights back to back. You truly have to work things out. So we're just waiting on this cutscene finishing here. What we are doing right now as a party, just to catch up with some story, we have decided that we need to invade Shinra's headquarters. We've invaded Shinra's headquarters. We have decided that we need a keycard to get to various floors. So we have self-upgraded the visitor's keycard at various points to allow us to get to various levels. And we are now just trying to find ways to get to Shinra people and take them out, because, you know, Shinra big bad. There's some funny bits here that are like references to the earlier game. There's also some nice lore when you go and look at some of the pictures in various points in those kind of theaters that those exhibits we've just gone through. One of the photographs, if you go and have a look at it, appears to show, for those of you who played Final Fantasy X-2, there's a character in X-2 called Shinra, and there's a photograph in here that seems to be of Shinra during the very founding of this company. So a wee bit of a game lore crossover there between X-2 and 7, which I think is just kind of cool for the devs to sneak that kind of stuff in.
Yeah, there's always been like a link that people have made between the two. I don't think Square has really said one way or the other whether it's an actual link or not, but
it's worse. Different devs at different times have said that they believe it, and others have said they don't. So, not even within Square is there a consensus on whether or not they are linking the 10 to, 10 world and 7 worlds.
Yeah, I mean, where's Jet, man? You know what? Let's just do that. We'll finish up. We'll skip over to 10 and do the end game of that. Ugh. I need to learn some regular
because
RPGs.
the way to end the game is just to throw money at bosses. That's the greatest way to end games.
I mean, I got enough gil for that right now. So
Yeah, you've got enough gil for the 10 end game. That's definitely for sure.
Where's my gil toss?
You can use it
I don't even need to farm it at this point.
The mayor.
2,000 hours deep, and I got more than enough money to get.
I think I'm over 1,000 hours in this game now.
Yeah, I definitely am over 2K, because like the PC and the PS4. I don't know if the PS4 counts. So we gotta kill a couple of the mechs here. There's no hard settings, so no rule says we have to do this on normal. So we're just gonna do it on easy.
So while we take out these mechs here, this is another VR segment. What we're actually having to do here is we met the mayor of Midgar. The mayor in Remake has had a bit of a lore change. He is now officially a member of Avalanche, the wider Avalanche group, and I suppose I should go into that slightly. In the original game, we thought of Avalanche as just us. It turns out in Remake, we are a splinter faction. We are the extremists who don't want to go about things the peaceful way. We choose to do things the more explosive, boom, boom, punch people in the face type of way. And so these other members of Avalanche are in Shinra headquarters, and they are choosing to help us out. Now, why security hasn't lifted up the man with a giant gun in his arm and the man with a giant sword on his back running around their building, I have no idea. But the game lets us, so we'll just continue running around.
Yeah, the whole thing is the mayor's actually like blocking out the cameras and, you know, like reporting that there's no issue to be had. So that's the reason we managed to get around for the most part. We just got unlucky and a couple of people were trying to ride the elevator and it just turned out a few were security, so that's why we ended up fighting them. It's pretty nice. And this is like the point where we kind of find out that everybody in Shinra is a giant turd except for Reeves. Which is actually really nice because, like, I really hated Kite Teeth in the initial game. And they've done a really good job of turning around that character and getting ahead of Kite Teeth to make sure that, like, you understand Reeves is actually a good guy. Or at the very least, he's, like, making the best out of a bad situation. Because he generally cares about the people in Midgar.
I'm really curious how they're going to expand on the NKH character. And what they're going to do with it. Is it going to appear on the stuffed body still? Is it going to be on his own?
We definitely saw the state at the end of the Yuffie DLC, or not in between chapters, I think.
Well, he also appears in this game in a cutscene randomly at one point, overlooking the slums, and you have no context if you have never played the OG game because it is not explained in the slightest. But if you do, you understand that that's Reeve keeping an eye on things. So Reeve is kind of still looking out for stuff. Reeve, I really hope gets more expanded story. Is a character I want to hear more about. This section here, I like to call it Metal Gear Solid % because you're just crawling through, like in Metal Gear Solid 1, lots of little crawlings. There's 2 grills there you can look down through it, and those on the original PS4 game, depending on your situation, you could soft lock your game. I pulled it off on the day after release, much to my annoyance. In fact, it was 2 days before release. I was one of the lucky ones because of the whole COVID stuff at the time. They actually shipped the game a week early in the UK to make sure that your delivery arrived on time. So I got the game like 5 days before release.
Yeah, I was one of the latest arrivers to the game because I was waiting for it to come from Amazon and it took like straight 2 weeks. I was really hesitant at first. I didn't know if this game would be like a knockout of the park because at the time I really was like reserved on action RPGs. Played through the game with a family member and thoroughly enjoyed it. Played through hard mode, enjoyed it even more. Some of the bosses definitely tilted me. Casually, I was no god at this game. I was a mere mortal, if even that. So a lot of these fights, I'm making them look like child's play, but it's through a lot of hard work to get here. So
Here's one of my
worry.
favorite new character models.
Freaking Hojo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hojo is just such a creepy person in this game. He's perfect. Of all the ways that they've advanced characters, particularly the bad guys in this game, the way that they've made them are just so good. Particularly when you think about it, we had ideas of how more high-res versions of the likes of Cloud, Aerith, Tifa, Barret, it all would look because of things like the Advent Children movie. So those characters had higher res models. We'd seen, some of the tech demos that Square had released over time. We knew where they were going with those, but with all of the bad guys and the Shinra, we had no idea what they were doing, and I think they have really knocked it out of the park. They're amazing models.
Okay, Cloud, that's exactly where we want to go. Break it is. Not that. Reserve. 2.
Okay, so another boss fight. This is Specimen. This is one of Hojo's lovely little projects, so we've got to take it out. This is added in for this game, and it's a nice fight to have. So Specimen's going to go back to that the end of the first and second phase to recharge, and we just want to make sure we take him down. He's going to spawn a lot of ads. They can be annoying on some categories. Are they annoying on hard? What's the deal there?
They're annoying in phase 1. If a fire or ice gets cast too soon, it can screw up the fight. You have to reset. But now that we're out of the first phase, we're good to go. Doesn't matter. They can't stop me anymore.
Star Shower spam. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Yeah, if you have Fury Ring on her, a True Strike is enough. But because I've got her Gamarung on her, damage is a little bit lower. There's some ways you can kind of like do these fights a bit different. It would technically be better to do it that way because I could limit here with Barret. This phase kind of takes forever, so you're waiting for this phase to end. As you can see, the boss is blocked at 1 hit point here for quite a while before I can actually finish it off.
Yeah, the HP gates in this game are a large part of the management of like the gauntlet sections and the boss fights. And one of the things we try and do on the routing in this for all the different categories is if you need to use stagger or pressure the boss for something, you don't want to accidentally do it right at the end of a phase. You want it to be just below that point so you can use it for the next phase and instantly nuke that phase down.
Oh, that's awful.
Catastrophe.
It's not... Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. We're going to counter stance this idiot and wait.
So there was a bit of a pun there. Barret's limit break is catastrophe, and he was saying it was awful. But yeah. So these shock troopers, when they first appear in their armored form on the PS4 version, you could just absolutely nail them, and you wouldn't get them ejecting
they would just
and have
immediately
the second
die.
fight.
But somebody decided that was too much fun, so they forced the eject there. It's a sad state of affairs.
And my favourite good boy just appeared. That would be Red 13.
Yep.
You just saw briefly there. My
super
gaming
bad he's
handle is
unplayable
not
in this
remotely
game.
based on his name, not at all.
Yep. I'm super mad he's not playable in this game, honestly.
I can understand why.
It's so late that, like, yeah, it's really hard to justify finishing him up, and how do you get him enough abilities? How do you give him enough weapons? Because everybody has 6. So
You'd have had to introduce some other fights for people to learn his mechanics. You'd have had to teach his movement and battles techniques. Again, bit of a background, because we've ripped this game apart. There was some members of the community did some save file. I was going to say mismanagement or some corruption, and we discovered that you could modify the game and put Red 13 in your party, so you can see some of his move commands, and you could, but you can't control him in the fights. But you could see what he would have, and so there clearly, I think, was some playtesting done at some point within Square to add in Red 13 as a playable character at the end of this, and they decided against it. And I think that was a good choice, mostly because the whole game has been laid out as being the 4 characters. All of your menu is based on 4 characters. All of the storyline is based on the main core team, which is, and I like that they were kind of given the focus in this game. So yeah, we're going to get all the other characters I think in part 2. The one thing I will say about Red 13 as an NPC, he can be a bit dumb. So
Luckily,
we just have to rely on that.
Like, AI is pretty reliable, but if you don't know exactly what you're doing with Red, he can totally snake some kills from you and make your life very, very hard. Or stagger. The worst part is when he steals a stagger from you. Like I said earlier, stagger gives ATB stagger activations, so not only do you miss out on 350 points of limit, but missing out on that 900 ATB can be absolutely catastrophic in some places. So if you give Red enough time, he can totally undercut you, which is very frustrating.
Yeah. Okay, folks, welcome to the 4 wards. It's about 2 wards too many. Even on a casual playthrough, you think this whole section just takes too long. But again, we've expanded it. I do want to know though why, when there was like Reactor Zero and the underground base and the experiments down there, why Shinra saw fit to dedicate what must have been about, 4 stories worth of this building at the very top to Hojo. I don't know who he conned to get that, but he did.
Yeah, the fact that like all this stuff is towards the top of the building is the most wild part of it all. Like, these being in the like boondock reactors makes sense, but like this is a lot of dangerous stuff to have up here, and I wouldn't be trusting Hojo farther than I can throw him, to be honest. So I don't know what they were thinking there. Giving.
Hopefully in part 2 we do get to throw Hojo though, because that was always a fun fight.
Yeah, the family member I was playing with, legitimately, when we got to the end of the game, they said, when do we get to kill Hojo? That was like the first thought. And then like at the end it's like, who's this black-haired guy? Like those were the 2 things that stood out to me.
If we flip
and now we get to see some terrible animation. I mean, oh good boy, sit down. Okay, go jump. Run. Grab the lever. Push the lever. And the way he just hangs here is terrible.
It looks so weird. It's
and flop.
like, I don't know why that pushes the extra bit of pressure, but the stuff before wasn't enough. It's like suddenly he gets more weight because he puts his arms under it. Okay.
Okay, coming up is one of my most hated fights of this chapter because there is 2 little things in here, and they are Mark IIs, and they like to put up a magic shield or a physical shield, and they just like to ruin your day as a result of it. And they both behaved. That was nice.
Luckily, having Catastrophe here really simplifies this room. Yeah, I've had to go through a lot of routing variations for these fights. The thing is, you can take some very high-risk, low-reward strats here. Because it's so late in the game, this is more of an area that you have to, like, respect, whether you want to or not. And play it more middle of the road, high consistency, lose a little bit of time, because you can get super punished in this area. Like right there, I take the hits on purpose so that I can cure Cloud with Barret there, because sometimes he'll just straight up get in front of Red and block him from getting up the stairs, and it makes us take forever.
By the time you're 4 hours into a run, you've got a good indication if you're on like a PB pace or a world record pace, and you know what risks you need to take. There's no point in throwing away a decent run for the sake of 2 or 3 seconds at that point, even though there is slightly faster ways to do things. This is the section where we learn about the party swapping. So for those of you who remember the OG game, the PHS system. So that's what these are, the PHS terminals. And this is where we are going to change between the guys and the girls. The way that the team got split up, that's how it got split up. So we're now the guys' party and the girls' party.
It's so frustrating because it's mega unbalanced.
It's horrendous for materia management between the various characters. On New Game Plus Easy, we like to spam lightning or fire with Magnify, so we quickly menu as fast as possible to shuffle that around, normally between each of these phases.
We're in the same spot, except we also have to juggle first strikes and magic ups as well.
think
It's a little bit more robust in terms of
It
menuing.
has to be something we can do. Let's look around.
Here we go, more press and holds because, you know, we just want that.
At least we can skip this because it's a cutscene for whatever reason, unlike with Cloud. I don't know why it's like that, but it is.
Cloud, we found the door.
Game is weird.
About those
Yeah, there's a couple of points where you see those kind of experiment tubes pop out the wall to build bridges for us. Some of those we can skip. In fact, 2 of those we can skip for some reason, and the rest we can't. So again, remembering which ones you can do that to is kind of important for your fights to save your time.
It's super easy to remember because it's always Tifa and Aerith. Cloud can never skip them.
First find a passage that leads to the center.
It's one of those things that like you don't realize. What am I doing back? In a really awkward way. Okay. We should be okay now. Please. I was a little bit aggressive with that Thunder Run. I could have been punished super hard. The Blast Rays stagger in a really awkward way that's like not very obvious at first. Most of the enemies stagger based on the stagger value of your attacks. Each attack has a damage value and a stagger value, and it'll apply differently depending on whether the enemy is in normal state or pressured state. Whenever they're pressured, they'll take more stagger damage. But Blast Ray is really weird and only staggers based on actual damage, and once it's hit a certain threshold, it will activate the repulse field and switch into stagger. So right there, it's really hard to hit that damage threshold consistently. That's why I went out of my way to cast Eriga there and use the limit.
So coming up, we've got some really horrible doggo fights where they like to run wherever they feel like. So we're just going to make sure that we've got Tifa and Aerith geared up correctly to help handle that.
Yeah, the dogs are actually weak to ice, but somebody who was laughing their butt off in the design room was like, hey, you know what we should do? Dogs should dodge ice spells. That guy's cursed and very, very rude. So we actually go either with lightning or wind here. It really doesn't matter which. We just go with wind because I have it on Cloud. He doesn't need magnify anymore, so it doesn't matter too much. But that way we don't have any risk of them just going, ice! Yeah, I think I'm going to put that on my to-don't list. If we get really lucky, all 6 of the dogs will spawn in here at once. Normally it's 3, and then each time you kill a dog, it spawns an additional 1. So the more that we kill, all
if you get them
the
to
faster
group up,
it goes.
it's really nice, but they don't always want to behave.
Pretty close.
Enjoy the ride. Sorry, but I gotta. We'll make it quick.
F deciding to hide at the other side of the room. There we go.
That
wasn't
one
too
was
bad.
just coming out of the cage, so luckily I knew exactly what was happening there. This will make my MP a lot tighter too, so I don't have to worry about grabbing the one next to the crate, I don't think. I guess I can grab... Nah, I don't need to worry about the one next to the stairs. I'll get 2 soul drains. So yeah, a lot of these fights are super tight, and if we go off script, we can get punished. That's nice. Why I say that is because usually when you use a limit, there'll be like a cooldown animation before they exit combat. But because the Zenane was so far away, and I was on Aerith, it just warped Tifa to me. And it still finished playing the animation out, but just had her land normally so I could move immediately.
Let's get across with those.
Might have to heal after this, but I don't
And
want
remember,
to.
folks, the amount of jumping and technique and balance that these characters have shown is about to all just disappear.
It's just like, it's all over the place. There's so much inconsistency with like their skill set and what they're able to do for some weird reason. Aerith, it's like understandable, but everybody else, for the most part, it shouldn't be like this. What am I doing? That, I guess? Okay. I thought I targeted that wrong, but I guess I didn't. I got lucky there. Excuse me. Die, please. Hello? Yeah, I switched to Eriga Magnify because sometimes Somersault will just whiff one, but it also leads to their sometimes under-damaging in that case. Unfortunate, but it could be worse. As long as I'm warping Tifa to the door, it's pretty good. This fight is really awkward.
I hate that, man. Really, I do. Trust me, Earth, we all know the feeling.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Yep.
How shocking.
So we want Aerith to stagger the turret here, and I also, I guess, want to take a bunch of damage for no reason.
I'll take that. Seizing the thank you.
Aerith is gonna kill a lot of stuff, but I don't want to risk her getting killed by the regular enemies. Yeah, we'll heal up here. Yeah, because at this point, pretty much everybody has Bloodsucker, so every time you kill an enemy, you get 5% of your max HP back. But you have to respect it. Like, you saw how much damage that missile turret did? That's basically every hit in this area. Any single stray hit costs you about 1,000 or no, if not more, in just the regular encounters, because of the Fury Ring. Berserk is nice, but it does turn you into a glass cannon and can blow up in your face if you're not respecting it enough. That's why we have heal.
Remember to open the door. That's a classic mistake there.
I actually do this before my menu, so it makes it a little bit easier to remember. And we want to...
So more than one time a runner has ran straight towards 2's door without opening it first, and you then just have to turn round and you lose like 30 seconds running back and then going forward to the door again.
I want to say the worst I've ever done is I started walking across that bridge and I've turned around before I got to the pods. But I can't say that with 100% certainty.
More of Hojo's experiments.
So this section is where Hojo decides that we are now his lab rats. So Hojo has been watching us this entire time. You know, you can hear the voices in the background. So we're now in what he calls his experiment rooms, and he's just going to test us. Don't know why he's testing us, or what he's hoping to gain out of it, or how he thinks that these little mobs will remotely slow us down when he already threw. Was it Specimen he threw at us?
Yeah. Specimen was
so
definitely a far. Until we get to the sledge worm.
Yeah, so Specimen was actually, you know, a proper boss fight, and now he's just throwing trash at us, thinking it will somehow be stronger, but no.
These first couple of fights are easy peasy, but the sledge worms are like the most difficult encounters, I think, for normal enemies. Blast
Anything that has a pop-up randomly factor and changes where it's going to be is infuriating in speedrunning.
Yeah, the dodging, like, you can avoid it as long as you're paying attention and keep from triggering it, but the sledge worms just do whatever you want.
So if you're playing casually, what you're supposed to do there when he puts that kind of spinny thing up is you can block that, and it causes it to kind of break itself slightly, and then you can attack it when it's weaker. We don't have time for that in speedrunning, we just hit them.
Yeah, ideally the self-destruct will hit everything there, but one of the rays was slightly out of position. We are self-destructing here without Iron Blade because we want the extra damage from Mithril Saber. And we also don't want to bother with getting bounced around. Turns out it's a little bit quicker to just actually self-destruct for once instead of like do the cheap version. You.
You're done. Buzz off. Calling light.
Nice.
I have seen that go considerably worse. All three of them went down rather beautifully.
Yeah, I got really good luck there. Because Strife has got like a lot of really, really good strats. And that roam I managed to consistently screw up. You know, it's fine. I don't want Cloud to die by accident here.
This is the one boss fight they introduced where they took a minor character and gave it a big role that I hate. I just do not like the Brain Pod fight. I don't think it serves any purpose in this game.
You can actually glitch out and get full movement control during this segment if you use a limit. But it's pretty much impossible to one-shot all the Brain Pods here as you're going through, so you just gotta kind of deal with it. This is like the one room where Catastrophe is probably the fastest strat.
Catastrophe is the most overpowered thing in the game at this point. We use it on New Game Plus Easy as well. It's still the fastest strat even on Easy.
The downside, like, Catastrophe takes about 15 seconds to fully resolve, but in this case it'll actually, like, move him in, so it shouldn't be too bad. H is gonna give me trouble, isn't it? No, it's fine. Okay, I didn't have to ATB boost there.
And the spam of the defeated signs on the right. It's always satisfying to see that.
Yeah, because, like, Magnify can only hit up to 3 targets, and it's only the closest 3. If we could, like, manipulate it so Magnify would hit, like, in a triangle, we could probably wipe out the whole room in a single Magnify, but there's, like, no way to glitch out the targeting, so catastrophe is just the best way. Usually it'll wipe out the whole room because it has a wide enough AoE, but sometimes one of the pods will
They
go too
also
far.
don't. Those guys also don't stagger at all, so you can't use any like abuse of the ATB to get ATB back up quickly to multicast.
Well, not immediately. If you actually pay attention, catastrophe you'll get another catastrophe in some cases. But the room's really weird. Some of the enemies in this game like just straight up ignore the rules of like the other 95% of the game. So you just have to know what the like exceptions to the rules that are designed are. It's super weird.
Yeah, shout outs to the community members very early on who did a lot of the translation from the Japanese for us. The Ultimanias that Square released for these games are ludicrously detailed, but the majority of them have only ever been released in Japan. And in the case of Final Fantasy VII Remake, it's still only been released in Japan.
There's not even one for Integrate, right? And there's actually some major system mechanic changes, so we had to do a lot of testing to figure it out.
Yeah, the Material Ultimania, which doesn't actually cover the materia, it's all about the art and the styles. There's 2 versions of it, and both of those got translated into English. But in fact, the second one's not even out yet. My pre-order's been in for it for like over a year. I also accidentally bought 2 copies of the first one because, you know, you accidentally pre-order something from Square directly and Amazon, and then both show up.
Oh. Okay. Alright, that was my fault. I grabbed the wrong materia and didn't realize it. That's kind of a bummer. This fight's usually pretty easy, but it's only that way if you equip First Strike. That's a very good example of like...
Of all materias to miss, dude.
Well, the problem is there's so many purple materia, it's super easy to screw it up. Nice.
Okay, that's the shock troopers dead. They can be a wee bit annoying because they like to skate away just with the sheer speed of them.
Yeah, that's why we start off with the arrow to try and group them together, but there's no guarantee that'll actually... Oh no. Okay. Should be fine here. If you cast
kill over already.
Yeah, if you cast Arrow too soon, they'll still have HP protection. I should have just slid over there like I normally do. I don't know why I decided to feel cute for a moment there. This game punishes you trying to do something fun.
We're having fun, we're raising money.
Yeah.
Everyone else having fun? I know I'm having fun. This has been...
I'm a bit delirious at this point, so I'm not sure what's fun and not fun anymore.
I'm enjoying watching you and your sleepy state try and make the best of some really bad situations at times. But no, you're recovering remarkably well. It's amazing.
This is an extremely cursed run that needs to be banished to the Shadow Realm or the third Zod dimension, or like this literally needs to be like in some sort of comic book pocket dimension. Should not exist. The run that should not exist.
I really wish you wouldn't. It's alright.
Okay, so we killed these last couple of slug rays, and we're going to open the door for Cloud and Barret, and that's the wards. The wards.
We got one more boss, if you want to call him that. Luckily, Sword Pete has made quite the joke in any category, because we have plenty of ways to cheese him out. I'm actually not going to put First Strike back on Cloud or Barret here, because I don't need it, if you can believe that.
Swordipede is why we debate is there a boss rush here of 4 bosses at the end of this chapter or 3. Because technically you fight Swordipede and then the next 3 bosses, but nobody really counts Swordipede as a boss once you know the strategies.
Yeah.
It is.
Swordipede...
There is plenty of trash in this game that will give you far bigger headaches.
Yeah, the sledge worms are unironically more difficult than Swordipede. Like, that fight went good, but you could see like how it spirals if you like don't have the exact right thing set up. It's like we used a really interesting combo of First Strike there to get enough damage on the sledge worms to not let them duck on the second fight with Aerith and Tifa. ATB, that was so weird. I hope I don't have to change out that ATB stagger for anything.
Okay, so this is Swordipede. Swordipede is a strange fight with multiple phases.
HP boost.
So you take Swordipede to his halfway HP gate, with Cloud and Barrett. Swordipede then disappears to Tifa and Aerith, and you then take out his other half with
Oh, that's bad.
that didn't quite hit as well as it should. If Swordipede goes into a big spiral around us, no, we got him.
So the
Swordipede
reason
wants to spin up there, and it's annoying.
the reason that was bad is because the tail has a major damage reduction. So somersault's intended to hit the head. That's why I dashed away like I did, but I got stuck in a really weird position. So both hit the tail. So instead of doing like 80% of the HP, I did like 20%. So I had to do a lot more there to finish the fight up.
Okay, so we're going to be walking for a wee bit while we move to start the next set of what would be the boss rush towards the end of this game. So before we get into that and it becomes pretty action heavy, anything to say? Any donations? What's going on?
Well, yes, I absolutely can say so. Thank you very much. So, if you would like to see more information about this marathon, check out speedgaming.org/NoKidHungry. See our list of prizes and donation incentives. Contribute to an incentive, mention the incentive in your donation comment, and all donations go directly to the charity No Kid Hungry. I would like to highlight that we do have a couple of prizes that are going to be coming up. We have a wide selection of filthy-based, funny little guys, little characters that will be coming up over the next day or so. From Mario characters to Sonic characters to Metroid and Zelda characters, not to mention prizes relating to physical hardware, all of which can be found by the link mentioned. It's worth your time, it really is. These are some great prizes. Alright, take us home.
That's exactly what we're gonna do.
We're ready.
So we're heading into the final boss gauntlet. We have a surprise boss, but if you're watching this far, you should already know about it. Jenova will show up. Then we have to go into Rufus with Solo Cloud, and then we have to go into Arsenal with Barrett and Aerith only. We do have Red in Jenova and Arsenal, so sometimes Red can mess up Jenova, but it's not super common. What we're going to do with a lot of the fight is we're going to be taking out Genova's tentacles to keep her from being active and attacking, and then following up with attacks to just keep chaining that. Synergy is both a high risk, high reward here, because Jenova can activate Reflect. So if I miss input or if I stay on a character too long, it'll trigger Synergy and she'll get zapped for like 3k off of the Synergy Thunder, so I gotta be very careful here. We do need to avoid the time puddles, which will inflict stop, and I do need to make sure I don't get silenced by the tentacles in phase 3. So we're actually going to use resist magnify to prevent that. Right now we have time warding to keep us safe on Cloud. ATB is fine.
As phase 1, we just need to get Jenova down to the HP gate, where, as Sid mentioned, a lot of tentacles are going to spawn. And the key thing here at this point is trying to make sure that Jenova doesn't use particular resists against you, and that you do it as well. You'll also see that we're casting that kind of blue sphere on the ground. That means that anytime you're standing in that, if you use a magic once, it uses it twice, which is really beneficial for getting a lot of high damage output at the same time. We've got pressure going here. Come on, HP gate.
We're actually using ATB ward here, not Arcane. So every time I do a move in it, it siphons ATB from Aerith, and because she's Jenova is constantly like reflecting magic or being just straight up resistant to it. We really want to be using that here.
I don't think I've ever seen the flow pattern for ATB ward now that I think about it. Yeah, it's just not a move I ever used in the New Game Plus Easy runs.
Super conscious.
So these tentacles all spawn, and before you can do any more damage to Jenova, we've got to continue taking out the tentacles. The music in this section, as you know, is incredible. Unfortunately, the drop for the Jenova theme happens on the last phase, and that's the shortest phase of our entire battle if we get it right. So we're taking out these tentacles bit by bit here. We're just having to run around. Triple Slash is your friend here as Cloud, because hopefully you can get them out. They do spawn in kind of groups of 3, so it's really nice as you get all 3 of them. and hopefully we get pressure all the way up here and then finish it off.
Okay,
There's the stagger.
Here he comes. Get ready. Okay.
Okay. We should
Time.
be okay here. I'm actually gonna break the right tentacle, even though I don't normally, because it's just, yeah, I get punched one too many times here, so I don't want to let it roam free. This is an old school method for uppercut cancels with dive kicks. You would want to use a limit there, but it doesn't look like we had enough. Yes, I am going to have to do blindfolded here, so I need a little bit of silence when we do get into Rufus.
Absolutely. I was also quiet during that fight because I love the music so much. But yes, previous incentive was met before we even came online. Hence we added stairs. So the Sid is going to do the next boss completely blindfolded, which is Rufus, who is amazing. But yeah, I'm going to have to stay quiet during it as well so that we can hear the audio cues. I have never seen this done before, so I'm as excited as you guys are. Take it away, Sid.
Everyone okay?
No. Not bad.
Let's get no holding back.
Understood.
Think you got my number?
Not at all. You're making me sweat. Good thing I came prepared. Right.
This is the hardest phase right here. I need to get bounced off Rufus
Now
here,
it's
but
just
if I
the two of
roll
us.
too late, I'm gonna get shot.
Let's make it a night to remember. Yeah. Seriously?
There we go. Got it. Get destroyed. Alright.
Okay, that was amazing. I have never seen that before.
Feel free to talk. I'm just
That was a
going
new
to
one for me.
focus on this next boss right here. Limits. That's gonna be kind of annoying. Should not charge Tempest like that. She's got enough HP to do that.
Too bright? That's shocking.
Oh, that's super annoying.
Hey, that was close.
Thunder will normally cancel that, but because I cast it too late, the game screwed me over. So Brain.
Just a bit. I think I
Oh, that sucks. It's because I accidentally charged Tempest at the beginning there. Charge it up, and then limit drone A. Thundera. Try this again without being a big goober. Unfortunate. I did the boss blindfolded, but I couldn't do the boss after it with seeing the boss. What a shocker. Okay, gotta wait now. Thunder.
One of those
the
things.
laser cannon's really fussy. Right, Barrett, I'm gonna need you to, like, come over here, Budro. Barrett's AI is really bad at pathfinding there, so I need to move him out of the way. I'll put my headphones back in after this. Unfortunately,
So to
Arsenal can be
get
very
the-
frustrating, and it's super hard coming out of blindfolded Rufus into this and executing. What? Please no. I don't know why he was holding still there, but I'll take it. I'm so lucky. Arsenal should not hold still like that. I don't know what caused it, and I'm not going to complain. Because I accidentally started trying to cast Erora there, which I don't have equipped. It's a really silly mistake. I think that's the first time I've done that. I must have got like a little bit of pull of myself after I made it through the first phase. Single poke there will transition the phase, so I can charge the Tempest in between instead of waiting for Tempest to hit there. Alright. After being a complete clown, we got through it. Yeah! Unfortunate.
Yeah,
The
as you saw at the
Arsenal's
beginning
a
there,
really
it was
rough
quick
fight
and
that
restart
can
the fight.
super easily punish you. This. Yeah, we got a skip coming after this, but not that late. Okay. Let's do that. Alright. Headphone? There we go, I can hear things again. Oof.
Cool. So you can hear me now again?
Yep. Sorry about that.
Excellent. A few times I tried to talk and then realized, oh no, you have no idea I'm talking. So,
yeah, I realized I wouldn't have enough. Ooh, that's a cool trick that you can do. Just restart the mini game over and over again.
So one of the people watching earlier was like, how is this run so quick? And one of the reasons is we get to skip the entirety of that bike minigame towards the end of the run. That does save like a good, what, is that like a 10-minute segment?
It's got to be something like that. It should be mithril, no. Metal, yes. And then got our number. Yeah, the motorcycles is a big impact for sure.
So, one of the things you saw at the beginning of that last fight there is it was quicker to restart the fight than it was to try and strategize around it. Because we are so heavily rooted, that was the very last boss of that chapter. So at that point, all of our HP and MP was as low as it was going to get. So if you mess up during the fight, backup strats are really difficult to come by.
Aerith can carry that fight solo, but Barrett cannot. Because the laser got off, which is normally what I stop to break the drones, it really messed everything up. So it's just an unfortunate turn of events.
Okay, folks, here we go. It's time to bring this run home as chaotic as it has been. This is the big Spectre endgame battle as we begin. For those of you who have played Kingdom Hearts, you will understand what you are seeing right now more than any Final Fantasy player. And the basic gist of this chapter is Nomura happened. So this is what we've now got to deal with.
It would be funny if this like literally had nothing to do with Nomura, but everybody blames him for it anyway. He's like, dude, I wasn't even here when they decided this. What is this?
Yeah, even though he has publicly stated this is all his idea, but yeah.
I mean,
so yeah,
it's an interesting boss fight because like the gimmick here is these are the 3 Advent children from the movie, Kadaj, Lazu, and I forget his name.
is it Lore?
Yeah, see, that's... I don't really know... Oh, what are you loud? Would you... Thank you. Wrong. Okay, it's gonna be one of those days, huh? We're just gonna switch between everybody a couple of different times just to make sure.
I was close. Loz. L-O-Z for the third guy. I don't know if that's ever been confirmed by Square, but it's the best
I believe they have, yeah. There's actually...
Have they? Okay.
An actual statement on it that these are supposed to be the 3 main characters from Advent Children.
I mean, their movesets that they use on you are named after Kadaj, Yazoo, and Lozzy's weapons.
Yep.
Now, while that lore isn't expanded on in the movie itself, it was expanded on in things like their toys and models and other writings. So that's how we know those names of those weapons, which is how we can tie it to the moves. So the fans kind of had this theory before it was ever confirmed. But yeah, but each of these guys, so red, yellow, and blue, they all have names. We just need to take them down in specific orders. They all have their own weaknesses. The big thing that here is managing the HP gates. If you get one into like critical and then take it down, it resets the other 2 to back to half health. So if there's only 2 of them in a fight and you stagger them both and then kill one remaining goes back to half health. So you want to make sure you kind of focus them down one at a time.
So yeah, there's an interesting thing here. If Barrett has a gun on him, he'll use overcharge there, even if it's not charged. but if he is using Wrecking Ball or Steel Pincers, he'll actually consume ATB to use Focus Shot. So it is a slight routing difference. I'm using LMG here because I want a specific blend of physical and magical with him. And it's easier to like set up my materia pretty quickly there.
So we've taken down the 3 of them, now we have to take them on kind of one at a time. So back to red, and we're taking them down. So what you don't realise during your casual playthrough here, and something that was heavily studied using the Ultimania, is this entire Harbinger fights with the Whispers here dictates your party for the last boss fight of the game. Now, each time you get a killing blow on a character, each time you land a ATB based command on an enemy, it all counts towards points towards that character.
Here's how it works is, Aerith and Tifa, Barret has the lowest gain, Tifa has the highest gain, Aerith has both Barret and Tifa's gain for each thing, and its abilities used do a certain amount, which is like in the double digits. Staggering a target, which is like putting their HP to 0 so they go into stagger, gives you a ton of points, and killing either Bahamut or the Big Whisper give you points. So it's not actually killing, quote unquote, it's putting the enemies in stagger. Because when the Whispers are in stagger, it does a bunch of damage to the Big Whisper, and that's how you end the fight, is by doing enough damage to the Big Whisper. Thing is, this will determine...
You think Big Whisper, let's face it, he's affectionately called Ultra Big Boy because of Barret's line.
Yeah. But, like, because the way Sephiroth works, his first 2 phases are really resistant or super high defense to magic. So we want to get Tifa first. We can't get Barret in the second phase anyway. He can only come in phase 3, so we want to make sure we get Aerith in phase 3 right after that. So we're going to feed Tifa a lot of the staggers here. Quote-unquote staggers. These aren't like normal game staggers, so like ATB stagger doesn't work here at all. It's hard to explain.
As we're going through this fight, we're taking out red, now we're going to take out blue and yellow, and the next bit of this fight is going to be a nice little surprise for those of you who know the game. So we haven't seen a summon at all in the entire game. Now we're not going to use the summon. They're going to suddenly form one, and it's a rather classic Final Fantasy character that you all know and love. Folks, we're going to take on Bahamut. So yeah, Bahamut's coming up in the middle of this fight. And,
this is super annoying. Oh, you're being really annoying right now.
It's almost, we're almost
just
done.
Go, just go. The problem is we can get transitioned in between and get flung to another combat arena, so that can be really bad. Wait, no, Arise. What am I doing? What happened there is Yellow moved forward into the limit, so I staggered him, and then he immediately reset because I killed the other Whisper. So it's an extremely unfortunate setup that rarely happens. It can actually be faster, but it's so uncommon that you don't use the route for that.
Can't be our future.
It's just a bummer that it happened like that. What I was worried about was getting teleported to another arena, which would have wasted even more time. I don't know why he never really got pressured. That was the crazy part. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
We go for self-destruct because it actually makes the first 2 phases really, really quick. Because there's normally, like, the Big Whisper, Ultra Big Boy will attack, and then the timer to transition to the next phase will start. But if we use self-destruct, we can one-shot them so hard that the timer will start immediately. I think it's a dev tool to make this fight go a little bit quicker, but it can save you a couple of minutes. It would save a little bit more if I hadn't got such weird RNG on the 4th one, but eh. As long as I don't mess up Sephiroth, that's all I want. I didn't die to Rufus blindfolded, so I'm happy. That's
oh no, that was amazing. That has actually been the highlight of the run for me so far, seeing that. As much as we joked about the stuff that's gone wrong in the comedy, you nailed that perfectly.
This game can bully you. Yeah, Rufus is probably one of the harder ones. Casually, it's super, like in a speedrun, he's pretty easy. But, want to limit here. Ascension.
And here's Bahamut. Again, if you're playing casually, you are not expecting this to appear.
And there's
we are though, so
bye-bye.
That was Bahamut.
Enough of you.
And this is the final part of this section, where the 3 of them are back, and as I said earlier, you don't want to stagger all 3 at once, because it's a waste, so you want to stagger one and nuke that one down. Otherwise, you know, it just the health regens on the one you don't kill.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is, like, get some damage on blue and yellow here. And if Aerith can get off a Synergy Thunder there, she can stagger the red one off the first blade burst, which will help ensure that she gets enough points so that she'll always show up second. We need to make sure Bahamut and the big one are fed to Tifa, because that would be way too many points to overcome. So we need to give Tifa at least those 2 plus 2 other Whispers, and we give...
Also because each time you stagger them, it actually causes that wee stagger animation to play. So if you're staggering them and you don't need to, it's also wasting time.
That thing better not cancel my ATB burst, because I'm going to be really, really mad if it did. It probably did. It's my own fault for being greedy. It is. It is a game. You have to be careful. ATB boost, a lot of phases you can get away with using it. Sometimes if you use it, the game will just straight up cancel it and say, no, you get nothing. Good day, sir. Thunder, yep. It's fine, I got enough ATB, so it's not that big of an issue. We need to self-destruct here to get the last bit of damage. And we'll get a refill before we get to Sephiroth, so it doesn't matter if I bite the dust here. The game knew that if, like, you ended this fight in a really bad spot, which is super easy to do, because this fight isn't easy, starting Sephiroth with 1 HP would be nigh impossible, because he starts out with a tier 3 spell immediately. And unless you know exactly what you're doing, you can't cancel it. We're actually not going to cancel it, because it's faster to do it the way I'm doing it. We want to make sure Tifa gets... Tifa gets the kill here. And now...
And that was Ultra Big Boy. Okay, folks, it's tune time, it's Sephiroth, you all love One Wing Angel. So we're quickly going to do a wee bit of materia swaps, and then on to the last fight. Hopefully we get all of this first time, but yeah, enjoy. This is the end of this run.
Alright. Let's do this. This won't take long.
Delayed there, but fine.
Let's do this.
Perfect.
Calling ice. Going in.
Trying to maintain a very specific skill master loop. We also need to feed Cloud a ton of staggers here, so I have access to Ascension for the final phase. As long as I give him 3 of the staggers, we should be fine. And he'll get 3 minimum, as long as I don't mess up the fight.
So there we go, we got Tifa as the first to join. This fight kind of happens across 4 phases. After the first phase, you get either one of the 3 to join you, and in this case it's Tifa. And at the end of the next phase, we'll hopefully get Aerith to join us, which is what we planned for with everything we did beforehand.
That shred's so crazy. Dude, those extra swings are really hard to get in, and they scare me every single time I do it.
This part of the game though just goes full on Advent Children. It reminds you of the end sequence of Advent Children when they're fighting, falling down the building together. It's so cool.
Okay, barely got the damage hits there. Like, the dive kick does a lot of damage there, so you need to make sure you get it in before the stagger ends. So right here we're gonna get Aerith. This is the phase where he starts using spells. He'll start with one of 4 elements, but he actually can't start with ice for whatever reason. It's either lightning, wind, or fire here. So we came equipped with the 3 that we knew we needed to hit him with, and Synergy to boot. Please don't give me fire.
He's going to go Elemental here. Lightning Infusion, that's not too bad.
That's the wrong character.
Feeling chilly?
You can do that through shortcuts, because she does have it equipped, but I'm very bad at doing it, so we menu that one just to be safe here.
Yeah, again, we're so late in the run, this is a bit of a fun playthrough, just to show off the game, and so yeah, we're taking things slightly easier. Yep, we got through that. Okay folks, this fight is very nearly over. Get your GGs ready, time will be when...
This is still a 36? What? Excuse me?
I know. I didn't know if you'd noticed that, but wow.
Oh boy. And now you can GG because he's gonna die no matter what happens here.
Time. Sephiroth has been defeated. Only. There's
How?
part 2 and part 3.
How is it 36? Ow. What?
Welcome back.
And the 36 is like my common marathon estimate. I mean, this is a little bit on the high end, but
We
like,
can change it. Make it
that's
right.
wild.
Yeah, on what you would say, I hate to use the phrase a more competent run, but a slightly more forgiving run. Usually you'd be down at like a 34.
Yeah.
So yeah, enough went wrong and we're still like a 36, so I'm fairly happy with that.
Yeah, especially like we started off on the wrong foot with chapter 1 with that weird combat soft lock and like missing the ATB boost in between phases, slowing down the boss fight. There's a lot of weirdness, especially having to like use cross slash on Huntsman because the Fire decided to target everything but Huntsman. Oh boy.
Sid, I've got some news for you. Strife's in chat. He watched this.
Oh, good. Maybe he can perform some mad science and figure out how I broke the game. I soft locked in chapter 1 in combat. I've never seen that happen before. This game is a miracle given to us by a god of destruction. Because it's not a merciful one. Oh, that was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Runs are usually not this weird. So enjoy. You got to see one of the weirdest runs I've ever experienced. This is probably a one-time only deal. Yeah, Strife, the first, like, I got a lot of weird stuff happening in the first chapter. Fire decided to target the wrong thing. Soft locked on the exit fight right before the elevator, so I had to reset and walk all the way back up. And then I messed up ATB boost, so I had to stand behind the wreckage in the Sentinel Scorpion fight. It was a hoot and a holler. You missed an interesting one.
You missed some comedy.
Yeah, the reason I'm talking to Strife is actually like a lot of this route is based off of his route, and right now I think he's like at 424, 423. I think it's his
Strife is the
PB.
current world record holder
Yeah.
for this category. He is a genius at this game. So yeah, if you ever see him doing a run, trust me, you want to catch that.
Like my
I've
PB
also
is
started
32, so that just shows how big the gap is. Go ahead.
I've also started streaming a wee bit more recently again, so you can catch me on Twitch. No, I just want to say, and then I'll hand it over to Sid. Thanks everybody for having us. Thank you, SpeedGaming. Thank you as well to our announcers. We had a changeover halfway through. It's been a pleasure working with you guys as always. Thank you all for letting us show off this game. Thank you for raising huge sums of money. And yeah, it has been an absolute pleasure to do this of a Sunday morning for me. But yeah, I look forward to seeing what else the marathon can do and how much more it can raise. So yeah, anything for you, sir?
Yeah. They asked me kind of last minute, so I didn't expect much out of this. This run's been really wild. Thank you guys for donating $150, give or take, between this. I really appreciate it. It makes it all worth the while waking up at 3 a.m. And thanks for hanging out with me. I really appreciate that. If you want to see me do more runs, I still have another run on the 3rd. And I'm still trying to get into RPG Limit Break, so maybe you can catch it there if they actually let me in. But I'll be practicing this for a while. So you should see some more quality runs that are less comedy. But thanks for watching. I appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah. So yeah, and with that, Prozac, over to you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much to both of you. It was an absolute... Well, in this house, we believe comedy and quality go hand in hand. It was a fantastic run to watch, certainly for me, and I hope for everyone at home.
That's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in just a few short moments with an exciting race for you of the game Metroid Planets. That will be run by Metroid MST and Epi37. Don't go anywhere and look forward to it.